Hell
Looking
yeah.
like a good one today.
Of course. First on the docket, two teams that have either introduced or reintroduced themselves, shall we say, to the league. Absolved versus the Bandits. Change in trajectory. Absolved, straight up from Division 2. They're keeping going. Much better than we were expecting on day one. And the Bandits not quite holding up to the legacy they've left themselves in winter and spring. Dubby, I'm looking at Absolved. And we're starting to see teams break out. Tonight, some of our X1 teams with only one loss have to face each other, have to break apart. What does Absolved have to do to join this pack at the top of the tie, 4 ways in first right now?
Yeah, so Absolved, they're sitting now comfortably at 2-2, and if you ask me, what they need to do to keep this going is just keep doing their thing. They need to play through Emil. This mid laner, I'm telling you, this guy has deserved a Div 1 spot, for a while. They were stuck in Div 2 for a bit, finally managed to punch their way up here, and it's all on the back of Emil. This roster is almost, you could say, built around this player, and it's just so much fun to watch Emil. Like, the more I see this guy play the Div 1, the more I'm like, this person is contender for the top of mid laners right now that we have. So that's what I want to see. You get players like Tea Time and Gibble on some kind of more enablers, some kind of supportive things, and then Meter and Dognap can be secondary backup carries. This roster definitely clicks together, and if you ask me, I think they've got what it takes. They just need to keep on with it.
So what I'm hearing is sharpen the spear and keep it up. Let the strength of schedule keep it through. Best of 1 round, single round robin is an absolutely brutal schedule. 1 chance versus each opponent to make your mark. And Avi, 1 chance to make your mark. The Bandits gonna get any marks? Is this gonna be their game?
It's not been hopeful for them so far, but I think if they're going to take any opportunity, it has to be this one. I think we can all agree here that Bandits haven't been quite as good as we expected them to be, but we do actually have 2 new additions on that top and jungle side. I think just to address what we've had beforehand.
You know what? I think the changes are so drastic. There we go. It's caused our... not quite right there. Not quite right, and that's okay. It's back to me. The Bandits are stealing our production capacity tonight.
Absolutely.
They have robbed the highway train, and with it, some new introduction to their roster. Wiosnit in the top lane, Tofu in the jungle, 2 new faces, Ryu still in mid, Kavius led AD carry, and Awerpis in support.
There is a lot to like with the Bandits. I keep saying this, but I think you have to look at enabling Ryu here. He's been consistently the best player, the best performing player. We've seen some of the Talia coming out, seen the... no, we haven't seen Talia, have we? We might have, I can't remember. No, we've definitely seen the Vladimir come through, and that's been incredible. But the problem has been consistently that support hasn't been around at all, because we've got carry top lane and a carry jungler as well. Hopefully these new additions are going to be able to bring them back into the fray a little bit. It's kind of the same thought process as well for Caviar as well, because the ADC's just been left out in the dark. Nothing you can really do in that situation.
If there is one composition, I don't think I've ever... Like, no one can make it work. It's not possible, people. Don't lose yourself in the source. It's quadra threat with, like, 1 poor support with 4 people asking for that support. So it's definitely
it just doesn't work
struggle.
out, does it? But
no,
hopefully these new additions are going to help out.
We've asked Absolved to, like, sharpen the spear. I would like Bandits to get not a blunt object and pick that one up. And then we'll see a bit of growth.
Start with the dagger.
Just about half the season to go, so last minute catch-ups have happened. We've had some crazy deep runs before, with RPS the prize, and of course, summer finals still on the line. We shouldn't count them out just yet, and I'm going to go check the maths on that later. For their late substitutions, the Bandits have paid with all 3 bans on blue side. So this is going to be a bit of a wonky draft. Dubby, if you're down 3 bans and you got some new friends, do you stick to what you know? Are we going to see Tofu Lilia right now?
I mean, at that point, it's going to be very interesting from both sides of this draft, right? Because especially Absolved, they have some signature picks for their players, especially if, I was talking about Emil before, is Lazir, so not being able to ban that away is huge. So the Bandits are going to have to really make every pick matter. Like you said, Tofu Lilia, something they're more known for. They got to pick the strong stuff, and they just got to be happy with what they get. And it'll be very interesting to see what they do inevitably decide on.
All right, Avi, anything you're looking forward to? Either team, anything at all, as we are minutes away from game
I think
one
the
of
best
day.
thing you can hope for here is Absolved, they have to try and take advantage of this draft. Not having any bans on that first half, massively going to help them get what they want coming into this pick. Bandits just have to try and leverage something coming out of this. Find an angle that works for them, find a position that works, and then try and make something happen. They have to look for an engage. I keep saying this, we all keep saying this. They have to look for a team fighter, they have to look for an engage jungle or top, someone that can team fight, and then hopefully they can make something of it.
We have predictions for the game as well. Will your faith be rewarded? Is it going to be 3 absolved?
I think it might be.
Any second.
Nope. Bandits break the
There we go.
draft.
It's coming. Hey!
Listen, I've been a Bandits defender, but you have to look at it and say it's got to be absolved, surely.
That's alright. If you don't want to jinx the team, I completely understand it. I watched the Lionesses last night, and growing up, as soon as my mom would walk in to the living room, you know, food or whatever in hand, England would concede goals. So I sort of watched like this last night. Like I don't.
Did that happen last night, though?
I walked back into the living room after tidying up the office, and we immediately equalized. So, curse
Seems like
is
you're
broken.
the answer.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm
And they
definitely,
need to break this curse.
yeah, absolutely part of English women's football just being the best in the world. No, not for me, not for me. And yeah, congratulations to them. But if the Bandits are going to do it tonight, I think maybe they need a little more than a curse.
But they need to break this curse tonight. That's the Bandits are 0-4, right? This is nobody expect this coming into this. They've been consistent top 3 teams 2 splits in a row. Bandits coming in with this roster, everyone's like, okay, these guys are going to be the top. And now they've lost, and they've lost. And a lot of us are asking, what happened here? What went wrong? So to build up from 4 losses, winning is just, you know, the only way to come back from it. So right now, if there's any team that want this win out of all the games tonight, it's the Bandits for sure. These guys need to win, and I'm expecting them to bring out their A game because they don't really have another choice.
Yeah, we're going to talk for a little bit longer because the Bandits will forfeit those first 3, and the only way to push through the forfeit draft is to wait. So, a little bit more time.
I'm
We
trying to
do
think, how do you opt to play this draft if you're Bandits? Obviously losing the first 3, where do you look to go from here?
You've changed your top side. Wiosna, fresh,
Yeah.
off an equal esports cup run. Did very, very well. I'm having a blank moment on the team because I haven't looked. I wasn't meant to be here today, is my defense.
No, I'll give you that.
While I go and remember which team I cast Wiosna on, Avi, what else have we got to do in the draft? Vladimir taken away? Are we going to
You
see
have
Rio
to.
on something a little more normal?
Knowing what Ryu's played a little bit in the past, you can't expect normal. I mean, we've said it before, we'll say it again, but the signature picks of Vladimir, LeBlanc, those are the sort of thing you expect. Might be able to play a little bit more of that LeBlanc if we see some actual supportive picks on the top side, but I'm not holding out hope. I've not seen much of these two new players for the Bandits, personally, but I'm crossing my fingers for them. They have to try and find some opportunity here.
For them, it's all going to come down to this first pick.
It has
Can't,
to
yeah, because you can't ban a champion. So what are you going to do? Your first pick essentially bans it from the other team and secures it for yourself. That's just blue side 1. So whatever the Bandits pick here, it's going to be something that, in the most ideal case, it's a champion you would have banned otherwise. And since you can't ban it, you're just going to pick it. So if I'm drafting from the Bandit side, I'm thinking, what is Absolved's #1 champion? What do they want the most? And let's pick it away from them. And hopefully they can play it too. If they can't, not so ideal, maybe not the best strategy, but that is the way I would want to see them approach it.
Alright, skipping forwards. It is going to be the Kaiser on 1.
Oh.
Yes, Wiosna, top laner for Galleon's Pearl, who as I was unfamiliar with before Equal Esports Cup and was told in the green room on day 1, look out for them. And they are in the 3rd and 4th place playoff, I believe.
Well,
which
they've
is
not been. Just having a
really
look
good
now,
place to be.
actually, they've. It says here they've come 5th, but still, that's always a respectable performance. You can't argue with it, can you?
That format is a crazy one. They are in some
a bit.
sort of playoff for a qualifier. That was the last thing I was.
Oh, they might well be.
I was working out for that. Problem with drafting with no bans. Red 1 and 2 hits like an absolute truck here. Absolved have got
Ooh.
right of reply on the Kaiser, and they've got absolutely nothing banned away from them.
Yeah, you gotta ask, what are they gonna pick? Phileas locked in, already a carry that Uter likes. And now I would like to see either support to pair with that. maybe even go for the Azir, get that
Yeah.
AA combo, the Aphelios, Azir. I mean, Absolved is in such a happy spot right now with these two champions, and it is looking like a great draft for them already.
Muta.
I mean, it's taken everything they
fabulous.
needed early, isn't it?
When you said, like, we need to treat B1 as a ban, I was like, you can. One ban's not enough, and I'd probably take Emil's Azir.
Yeah.
Does leave you in a bit of a struggle, but hey,
Yeah.
here we are.
Happens though, doesn't it? I'm interested to see though. Victor for Ryu picked up immediately. That's an interesting one, I think. I mean, I love seeing a Victor. It's a really strong pick, but how's the matchup play out? I'm not 100% sure.
Victor would like to clear back to Azir, and will also get rich, and if the people in front of Azir stray a little too far, that cage is going to work very well. However, you're only really punishing Azir's all in. That champion does have the priority most of the game, unless his side laning is pretty cramped.
They've got a lot of pick pairings right here. You know, if you look for the Jarvan or something, especially when you already see the Aphelios being picked, that is potential there. However, I would not pick Jarvan early against this. Okay, we're getting a little bit of a flash forward here. So Xin Zhao and Sion locked in, which also works both sides. I mean, you got that 2v2 skirmishing power from the Victor. Xin Zhao coming in strong, but Dognappy will be happy on this blind picking Sion.
We also know a big Gwen, Ambessa, Yone, Renekton player. So these two bands will be defending that poor Sion in the top side.
I think you have to though. In all honesty, and I think we spoke about this briefly on Saturday's recap show, but Sion Blind has not been effective in the last few days, has it? I think you have to try and get in any advantage you can do, but it's all on Wiosna at this point. You have to find some answer for it, otherwise you're going to put it in an awkward spot, put it in a really good spot. But it's difficult to do so because blinding Sion is such a risky gambit these days.
I think the Four Nations special of Sion versus Cho'Gath is in our future.
We might be seeing that. I wouldn't mind it either. That's always a good one to have. Keep in the background.
Just staring up these jungle picks.
We'll leave R5 for support. Not a bad idea with Azir and Aphelios demanding so much setup and support.
I feel like we're about to get another flash forward frame of this draft. It's been hovering on this Rammus for a bit too long. I was nervous when I saw things like Neferi and the Elise. It's nothing I would like say is Tea Time's comforts thing. You get the Rammus instead, though. That brought a smile to me because why not take the on-hit counter to Xin Zhao and Kai'Sa? Fantastic. Go for it.
Yeah, I like this a lot. It's risky, but you get this Rammus in a good position, it could be really threatening. I like blood.
Alright, Rel, the sacrificial going forwards.
Can we get one more though? That'd be nice.
You want 3 pieces of setup for the Bandits?
Hey, it's more than they've ever run before. They've normally said we might look at 1 if they can play at least 3. We might see something absolutely insane and a Bandits win. Just putting that out there.
The true form revealed all the way down in week 3.
I mean, it's going to be something to play against
Would you into the jump forwards? The vein locked in.
Okay.
Kavia. Oh boy.
Why have you done that though?
Why not?
I think this is a Vayne top lane, wouldn't it be?
I think that is a Vayne top lane into the Sion.
Yeah.
But into a Rammus composition, I mean, it works, but I'm not 100% confident with it.
I'm not. It's sure you got the true damage passive against the Rammus armor, but it's still every auto attack just bites you, and you just pick a third auto attacker into a champion that will only stack resistances. Gibble hovering this Thresh as well as another champion that can just build so much tanky resistances, and it's just kind of playing into this Absolved playbook, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from them.
No, I am as well. It's really awkward to think how Bandits are going to overcome this one.
If Azir, Rammus, and Sion Ultimate weren't target access enough, why not Thresh as well?
Oh, always helps out, doesn't it?
Alright, I'm going to push you both for a prediction as the draft finally finished. No enchanters for Muta's XL Muta. Is it Aphelios from back in the day?
I'm still on the fence. I want to say Absolved just because why wouldn't you? It looks pretty clearly their side here, but I still want to defend the Bandits as much as I can, you know.
That's alright to
Even
be a
against your
defender.
prediction.
Dobby, is it going to be Vayne top on the day, or is it going to be this team fighting front to back excellence from Absolved?
Listen, Vayne top will be played. And it will probably give this Scion pick a problem. But I cannot see any of that mattering just because of how much amazing force engage you have from this Absolved comp. Rammus can dash in untargetable. You got the Scion charge. You got Emil on the Azure jumping in with the shuffle. Like, there's so much follow-up layering of damage. And these carries from the side of the Bandits aren't exactly the most mobile. They won't be able to get away from this. This Bandits comp just collapses after 25 minutes unless they're 10k gold ahead. And we'll have to see if they can get that. But I'm going Absolved for this game.
Yeah, it seems we're a bit unanimous. That is a difficult situation the Bandits have chosen. Does it feel familiar, Abby? Is it the same?
It's the same story, but we have a second initiator, so this is always good news to see. It just comes down to, can Tofu actually make use of it this time?
Difficult question. Right.
No, I mean, more I look into this, I'm just excited to see how this team fighting will come from Absolved once it breaks out. It's just their champions are just going to be fun to watch, and there's a lot of just interesting, unique damage coming through from this Rammus pick. Like, that is the biggest shocker, and if there's anyone I'm going to be really looking forward to watching, is going to be this Rammus. That is
it is
the
kind of
surprise
crazy.
special from Tea Time. Yeah,
much stronger now that you can actually build a bit of magic resistance scale off of that as well. Imagine 2010 champion in 2025. Instead of a prediction, because we're all Absolved unanimous here, I'm going to push you both for a prediction on time. How close is this game going to be, Derby?
Oh gosh.
Yeah, the average is about 33.
I'm giving this 30 minutes. It's not going to break it. I think Absolved have the resources to just go even and then take over past 20 and then close it by 30. That's what I'm saying.
Have you? Higher or low?
I'm not on the same page. I think I've seen how Bandits like to team fight. If they do, it's very scrappy, it's messy, and I think their composition does like a lot of that. I think if they get the opportunity to scale, it will go insane. It's getting to that point. If they try and play it slower, try and play it a little bit safer, they might be in a position to take some of the scrappier fights later. So I'm going to take a gambit and say it's going to be 40 plus.
40 plus for the first game of the day. A complete mess. And to guide us through it, AC and Frisky for the first game of the day.
Thank you so much, Temporal, and we are on the caster desk now. Listen, I'm AC, this beautiful gentleman next to me is Frisky. We're here to bring you the action inside the Summoner's Rift, and we have our own thoughts about what we just saw in terms of drafts. How are you doing first and foremost, Frisky?
I'm doing good, just hanging out, back from vacation, just back on the old UKEL grind, and we kind of have a classic UKEL draft, a classic Four Nations draft of what is going on here, where it seems like you got some picks, it makes sense, you know where the team comp is going, and then here's a Vayne top, throw all what you know out the window. It's interesting because I think you and I are somewhat agreed on this draft, which is actually different from the desk's opinion, where we both feel like that early game and even kind of in the mid game, the damage on the side of Absolved is really heavily lacking, which it is. The Xin Zhao and the Rel are going to have so much pressure over that bot lane. If they start stacking dragons, it could get really hard for them in the mid game. Obviously, we've got great team fight presence on the side of Absolved GG, but you got to make it all work. You got to have the Azir combo work, and Emil's his main champion. He does amazing on Azir, so definitely that's another X factor that they have to worry about. And I think if this game does go late, it gets tougher and tougher for the Bandits to do anything unless they get picks in a 5v5. It's going to be harder, but I don't even know if they'll get there. This game has a billion different ways it could go, just based on the champions and the players themselves. It really could be a long one. Who knows?
And it's super interesting because halfway through the draft, if you took away the names of the teams, you were looking at it and you were thinking, hey, these guys on the blue side, they seem to have something going on. They have a nice team comp. It's a Xin Zhao who's going to roam free in the jungle. There's not really a Trundle to face him. And then you see the Rammus pop up, and you're like, okay, the jungle is going to be absolutely free. But then you think, okay, it's the Bandits. They're right now 0-4. They've been lackluster throughout most of their games. And then they pull out the classic Vayne top. You hate to see it. You hate to play against it. It's sometimes effective, but it is going to need a little bit of extra attention from the rest of the squad if they want to see that Vayne flourish. But the problem is, who are you going to have to guide that Vayne through the earlier stages of the game, to make sure that she is the bully top laner that your team needs her to be, you know?
I think the whole idea is that she's going to be the Vayne top herself. It's herself, and I that she's got to worry about. Obviously, you know the top laner of Bandits quite well, whose name I've already forgotten because
Wyozna.
that's just my brain work.
Yeah,
Thank you,
she plays for usually for Galleon's Pearl. Female player, really, really consistent when it comes to top laners. Never seen her play Vayne. But,
well,
you know.
She's feeling confident. I mean, they're like, we've got a late game comp. We might as well. I mean, they feel like they have enough frontline, which, I mean, they've got enough frontline if they catch people out. The frontline, if, you know, the Azir, the Rammus, and the Sion go to work, it's going to be really hard. What do they do early? It's really just about can they get, they got to get some kind of catch, I think. I think they could have tried for a level 1, not doing that apparently. I guess they're worried about the Bandits level 1, which really isn't that good, but, you know, I digress.
You never know. You never know when the Kaisa starts stacking and the CC from Rail starts punching you as well. Zinzal has a pretty nasty level 1, but it's more about the response. What can you do as Absolved if you do get stuck at a level 1 kerfuffle against the Bandits? Do you really want that? I think neither team desperately need that early advantage at this point in time. And at the Bandit side, you know, you just let Tofu do his thing for the time being, I would say.
It really all depends on, the Dragons, I think, have been such an important thing in the meta for the last few months. It's really just been fighting at the Dragons, fighting at Otacon. We saw that at MSI. We still see that now where teams often just kind of wait, you hit this minute mark, you fight over this objective. So really, if Absolve maybe negate losses and they just get the better team fight, they pull down their Sion. If he's going to, you know, maybe get chunked a bit, lose lane, use that TP, top laners go crazy of their wave, but they got to learn, hey, your TP is really useful if you want to win these fights, you want to get these dragons. So, you know, forget your wave, come TP down and help us out, because obviously that's going to help a lot more early on. I think they got to be really coordinated, Absolved. But can they do that? Because they've been sometimes doing that, not always. It's done a little poke, though.
It's going to be a crazy 15-minute game, I can tell you that much, Frisky. And we're in for a ride.
I was just talking about, other games, going really long and stuff. So, League the last few years has been really shorter. But nope, we're going back to old school League. We got 55, 65-minute games. Maybe we go back to an old school 80-minute game from 10 years ago.
Oh, my.
Hope we're all going to strap in for that, because it'll be a long one.
Oh, here we go. Yo's net level 2. She's got the tumble. She's got the silver shots as well. She's doing a little bit of damage, forcing Dognappy to have the worst time of his life as a Sion player. Play under the tower, not being able to stack your shield, just losing it immediately, and you don't even have the jungle pressure. What is Aramis going to do? Is he going to try to roll up to Wyozna when she can just punt him back?
No, this Sion's got to say, forget about me. Top laners don't tend to do that, but he's got to do that anyway, on the fact that you've got Vayne, who's got way more range. She's going to control the wave a lot better than the Sion will. I think you just got to say this is a lane that is just meant to, get me as much farm as possible. Maybe if the Vayne gets too crazy, you can do something with level 6 Rammus and get a quick kill, and then he'll be at least able to stabilize the lane a bit more. But really, I think the point of the Sion is just, wait for the right time, use that TP, use his ultimate to come down into the fight, because I think Absolve's going to need that if they want to be able to be stronger in the mid game. But Tofu's looking, that was not a great hook.
It was not, and that's the Flagon as well, but Tofu does not have the distance to actually close up on the bot lane of Absolved, so he's going to walk away, giving up free information over to the enemy team. Tofu now, he wants to return on something, as we do see Gabby already ignited. Heal comes through. Beanlord trying to safeguard his AD carry, flashes out to give him distance on the Lantern. That's going to be the disengage from Absolved. Bandits kicking off early with a little bit of action around the bot side.
Already some action from Norel. I mean, they saw the, moving away the Zinzal. They maybe thought that they could catch Absolved off guard, catch the Aphelios sleeping a bit, especially when the Thresh has already missed a couple more hooks than you've wanted it to. But they only have so much damage early on, and if that Kaisa isn't right next to you getting all of her Acathian Rain off and it's hitting the minions instead, it's not going to be a ton of damage. So they got to be really careful of that. There's no flash now. It's something that maybe can be taken advantage of from Absolved. They didn't bring flash on Aphelios either, so could be hard to kill. They might have to put some focus maybe on another lane for right now.
Oh, unless they're not allowed to go back yet, and they're forced to actually maintain the status quo. They probably wanted to release Scion from the Vayne lane, but they're not being allowed to recall. Unbreakable Mind absolutely mind-breaking the bot lane of Absolved, as we do see Tea Time approaching top lane. He's going to get spotted. This is free information over to Bandits.
Yeah, already moving away. Think she can already sense that with the Scion being so far back under the turret, if he just moves up a little bit, you can, a little bit too much, you can probably sense, something's going on, but another fight's going on. But can this be broken?
I think so. Not a lot of damage being done to Bean Lord. That's the power of the bone plating, but not tilted ADC. However, being dealt a lot of damage. Still Flash being up. Watch out for the Flay. That could stack and deal a bit of damage. So bot lane from the Bandits, they try to keep on punching through, but they're actually forced to back off first.
Exactly what you wanted from the Thresh. I mean, just the Rel engaging, the Kai'Sa maybe not in the position you want. The Affiliates just stays away. You pull the Rel in, you play him in. Obviously, no Celestial opposition, no big locket or anything from Rel yet to be able to tank a lot of the damage. Really easy poke coming out. I'm actually a little surprised Gabby didn't try to flash and just get the kill. I mean, I think it would have given them so much advantage. I mean, I guess you would have lost flash, but I think that also would have given you enough priority, and with some of the objectives coming up where Tofu needs to focus, they could have at least used the flash, gotten the kill, took some advantage in the lane, and then maybe just waited back and not fought, until the whole team was there. Because even though the Affiliates gets a kill, you don't need to still fully fight yet.
Yeah.
But here's the issue with the Rammus. It's getting pushed out. Really easy for that, and now it's going to pretty much just be a free dragon.
Oh, but you can't really promote any trades whatsoever until you have a couple of full items as Rammus. That you are looking for the mid lane. Rio absolutely goes in for the first blood at mid at the cost of the dragon. Or at least
damage.
Nope, not enough damage yet to clear out the dragon from the side of the Bandits. They decide to completely disengage as they're at a numerical disadvantage. Thresh goes in, hooks out, not really landing on anyone. The fight is coming to Gabby. Gabby wants none of it, but Tofu secures the kill. Can they get a second one on Tea Time? Yes, they can. A 2 for 2, or a 2 for 1 in this case, favorable to the Bandits. 2 kills against 2 kills, and the dragon's still not done. Tactical pause coming through as well.
Tactical pause. That fight happened. Got to pause. Sometimes you're just feeling it, or maybe maybe that's the old, I lost the fight because my keyboard's broken. And then you look, the keyboard's not actually broken.
It's just
not gonna call it a certain LEC player, but I digress. Maybe people will get that reference or not.
Now, boss coming through means that this fight that kind of went in favor of Bandits. You gotta ask, is this something that the Bandits were actually looking for? Because you need these early kills on Xin Zhao, you need to get these earlier advantages, and you definitely need to get the Rammus behind, but you are losing a few resources on the process.
I mean, it's not the worst for Bandits. Obviously, it's a 1 for 2, so you get the advantage, you get the Aphelios down. Obviously, you're chunked, though, so you kind of have to go back from Dragon. I don't think it's the worst play in the world. If anything, I think that Absolved just kind of handled it wrong. What was it? Bean Lord, he got the hook on the Kai'Sa. They tried to go in on her, but unfortunately, the Aphelios, couldn't do that because the Rel was right in front. They really should have tried to fight front to back, and then they maybe would have had a little bit more of a chance. But, the fact that the Rammus can't really still do a whole lot, he's not tanky enough yet, and then the Xin Zhao still able to do a lot more early game damage, just kind of let the fight go in the way of Bandits. So it's not the worst for them. Yeah, it's a little bit risky, and they really should have just pushed the Aphelios, burn the flash off, and then just go to Dragon. It would have been safer. But they at least still come out with an advantage, and the lanes and the junglers resetting now still probably means they can secure Dragon.
Yeah, but at the same time, you also saw the kill in mid lane, which is going to allow the Azir, which is a very, very dangerous late game champion, to start ramping up a little bit power. And this could mean trouble for the late game of the Bandits if they don't keep the Birdman in check here.
Yeah, it could be certainly tough if that late game Azir is going to be incredibly strong, but really, I honestly think people underestimate what not just Azir can do, but a great Azir player can do. I mean, the the Shurima Shuffle, the Emperor's Divide is just one of those ultimates, like an Oriana Shockwave, just one of those game-changing ultimates if you just use it right. And certainly, yeah, if he gets ahead, that mid-game, if anything, is going to be really scary. Could completely change the complexion, could allow the Rammus to be enabled to go in the backline, if anything, if he uses it right. The Aphelios is going to be able to do as much damage as possible. It's certainly the guy you want fed on the side of Absolved, and certainly the guy that you're going to be worried about the whole time on Bandits.
Yeah,
but at the same time, it's 2 kills on the Rammus.
Exactly. I was just gonna notice. Yeah, the 2 kills actually have fallen into pockets of Rammus, which in of itself isn't necessarily the most amazing situation to be in, but at the same time, you are starting to breed a very, very solid and crunchy armadillo who goes in and steals the Infernal Dragon. Can he take some more of that? No, he forces Tofu to flash out of the pit, going for the AD carry. Now Cleanse is available, but is it worth using? No! As it's Bean Lord who snipes that kill with the hook.
Come on, Bean Lord, don't do my mans like that. They had all the good. We're just talking about will the Rammus do enough, but he just runs in, steamrolls, says, this is my dragon now. Absolute no respect from that. Rammus was given by Bandits. They were like, we think we have the dragon. They weren't boxing people out. They weren't having the Rel or anybody else keep them out, and it just made it super easy for them just to steamroll in. Like I said, that Scion getting used to help a little bit more. They're just putting the Vayne right now in the side lane just to farm, eventually maybe some split push as well, which is fine for the moment, but this allows the Scion to be a little bit more active. He's going to get more value being helpful in these team fights, getting the objectives. That's what he's doing right now.
Speaking of value, Wyo's being dealt a little bit of damage here by Dognappy. It does get to a point where Dognappy is going to steal a lot of HP, but if you look at the raw stats right now, there is quite a considerable farm lead from Wyozna here on this top lane. Almost 30 CS, only 9 minutes in. So far, Wyozna with a perfect CS score as well.
I mean, yeah, 87 in 9 minutes. That's definitely nothing to bark at. But, you know, it's again, CS is great, but it's how you use it.
Exactly.
You know, gold in the bank doesn't mean anything if you don't have items. It's not going to mean anything if Theos gets some trades, but I mean, the Rel she's going in a lot. She's allowed to kind of take some of these trades, see if anything can work, and honestly not take too much damage. I mean, it's only about 20% of her health god. It could be really scary if they just aren't boxing people outright and they get on top of the Aphelios really easy.
Wait, where is Zinzao? Bandits actually going for the 2 grubs left without Zinzao being present. He was a little bit late. He was doing... Yes, that's the problem. That is exactly the problem. In goes Rammus. Triple knockup. They get the taunt out on Tofu. No flash from the enemy jungler means that the Emperor's Divide is going to be massive on the hook. Bean Lord steals another one for himself. Rev's next one in line. Arcane Storm in hand, but it's not enough as Gabby secures a kill and the last scrub for Absolved.
Way too greedy once again. Don't know how they thought that they had any control over that. It was super, you know, the bot lane of Bandits had walked down from the top lane pretty slowly. I don't think they had any idea where the Rammus was. And because of the fact that they didn't have Smite, because Tofu wasn't there yet, he just said, come on in. I mean, you know, grubs is something that's really easy to take because they're really chunky, especially if you only have 2 left. So it's going to be quick. You better hope you have your jungler there to help smite it. And you got to remember the number one thing, Rammus is known for 2 things, being really small, actually 3 things, being really small, saying only 1 word ever, and then being really, really, really fast. And that's why he's going to pop up out of nowhere, say, thank you, this is mine, take it elsewhere, and then just great engage from there. Obviously, everything from Absolved going well. Emil's ultimate, the moonshine, whatever, no moonshine, whatever Aphelios' ult is called, moonstone thingy. That's an item.
Aphelios ult. I'm sorry, I need to go through the pages here to find it.
Yeah.
I can't find it. I don't know. Let's just call it the Moon Blast. Sure.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Great casting, by the way.
I don't want to like steal your thunder, but Rammus actually says more than just one thing. Okay, he does not just say okay. He also says and right.
Oh yeah, he does go.
So Rammus is a very complex champion when it comes to his voice lines and his lore depth. Right now, Tea Time absolutely exposing that full depth of the champion as he steamrolls through the map already with the steel-plated toe cap or steel-toed-plated cap ninja tabbies in hand. 213, 100% kill participation.
That's the classic.
Sorry.
What is it called? Well, it's ninja tabby. We all know. Plated steel caps is what it's called. I've only started being able to call it now after many years.
That's
I
an
think going on the
unstoppable
Scion,
onslaught
but-
all the way to the back. Yeah, I mean, better safe than sorry, right? You preserve your flash, your ult's going to be back within a minute. You see Tofu top lane. I don't know why Bandits are spending time top. It is a Scion. We talked about this. Meanwhile, T-Time looking bot lane. Taunts up, Unbreakable Mind might be in trouble right before he gets to tower range, gets pulled back by the Flay. It's a beatdown, it's a death by 1,000 cuts, and it's a 3-man dive to give a kill over to Emil, but it's Bean Lord who nabs it from the hands of the bird person.
Oh my. That was everything was going well for Absolved. They were hitting all their moves on the Rel. It was a great play to stop the Rel W. But the problem is they didn't have any damage, so they just had to wait. I mean, they got it in the end. Bean Lord, I think, was fine taking that kill just to secure it. If anything, it's going to help get the Rel off the map and maybe give them a chance to secure drag here. But
they
probably
haven't
not.
really
T-Time's
roamed
bit
a
low.
lot, have they?
Not really. I don't even know how that play began. I wish we had a replay, but clearly there was some level of 2v2 going on there. Oh, more is going on here if they try
Emperor's
to get
Divide
Ryu
on
out.
Rev, under tower, Moonshot coming in, Rev in trouble, really low, Tofu goes up, Rail does get the kill on Emil with the Arcane Storm, and they walk away unscathed. That's a massive kill for the Bandits. Can they capitalize on it?
I don't even know what's going on anymore because clearly Absolved, maybe they're feeling themselves a little bit too much, realizing that they got these kills based on the strength of all of their ultimates being used at once, and now they're, Emil sometimes feeling himself maybe a little bit too much on the Azir, and the Victor damage kind of showing through on that front. I mean, with Blackfire, he's already been doing a great deal of damage.
You're
Hopefully this
right.
one doesn't get stealed, though.
No, there's nothing.
X-Tech.
Okay, that's a second smite. It was Rel's second smite with the unsealed spellbook they got. I was a little bit confused there. But still, you're absolutely right. This is a concerning Victor who is not going for the Rod of Ages. He does not want the scaling. He does not want the extra sustain. He just wants to deal as much damage as possible as early as he can. And this goes in line with what the desk was discussing about the early game power spikes that Bandits need to explore.
Kind of tough right now on the fact of Absolved because they've gotten some good kills, but the problem is all of their money is on mostly the jungler and the support. Now, it's not always the worst thing in the world. Never mind, I'm finishing that thought. First, Gabby's in some trouble. Oh, he's out.
Gabby's on some trouble. Killer Instinct down the line. Does get a kill on Gabby, but the biggest kill here would be on Beam Lord because that is a massive shutdown on the 302 Thresh. Find the kill.
Yeah,
and he managed to
shut
push
down.
out the way.
If anything, they need to be looking for the Thresh now. I mean, only so much point in killing this Aphelios. It's good to stop him from farming, but regardless, he's going to be waiting a while anyhow. But it does give more kills to the Kai'Sa, and her strength in the mid game, especially now she's got Kraken, a second item, potentially a collector. It's going to make her really scary, really easy to execute people. What is this Rammus doing?
That is,
he is
Rammus
crazy!
Going straight for the AD carry. He didn't even know that the Kai'Sa was there. Not tilted.
He didn't even know.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't need to know. He didn't see him on the ward further on, so he had to be recalling in that brush. Just count to 7 and just ult in. That's a lot of damage coming in from T-Time at this point.
This is a classic player thing that I have a trouble with as a coach. Guys, just recall under the turret. Spend the extra 5 seconds going under the turret, and then you're fine. You're going to be safe. Because you go in the bush, guess what? People see you walk in the bush, and there's only a couple bushes you could be in. And Rammus is fast, again, so just take the extra time, walk there, and you don't burn yourself a kill, because if anything, it's going to make it a lot harder now for Bandits to do anything. Oh, he got first turret.
He got tower. There we go. Wyozna under the tower might be in trouble. The Vayne is really squishy, and then she's at 100 HP. She cannot attack T-Time under penalty of death, and comes the Azir, doesn't get enough damage or range with the soldiers. Now it's up to the Rel to try to get out of there, but the Emperor's Divide is just going to throw her back into the arms of Absolved, and it is going to be Gabby who secures that one for the team.
Oh, that's just one Rel, though. I mean, you get some pressure on the bot lanes. They're going to help hit this secondary turret, but, use of Azir ult not really can get anything on the map. Instant taking of the Rift Herald on the side of Bandits. I mean, how much is that going to be done? Now, it might not be worth it in the end. If they try to overload mid lane, you can't have the Emperor's Divide or even the Moonlight Vigil on the side of Aphelios, stopping them from getting mid. Mid turret, really hard to get right now. So much wave clear of champions. I think the turret, kind of averages taking about 20 minutes in the game. Usually first turrets are ones on the side. I see most times teams using Rift Herald for that. So, I mean, they get a good fight while these ultimates are down. I mean, Bandits can look to take advantage back, but they do seem a bit uncoordinated right now.
No, my question is, can they? Because we're looking at Bandits. They don't have anyone that can actually survive the frontline burst from Absolved. Like, even though you wasted all those cooldowns from Absolved side, you look at Bandits, you see Rel, and you think, okay, the Rel is a decent champion to put in the front line, but at her current state, she's not really going to be able to absorb a lot of incoming damage. And if she gets locked down by the Rammus, we've seen how bad that can be. So Bandits do seem to have...
that's why they're trying to being a little bit sneaky here. Somebody, Bean Lord Sensen. He's got the hunch.
Bean Lord's got the tingle.
He's got his spidey sense is tingling.
It is.
But will it be enough?
I don't know. He's getting a little bit too comfortable walking up to that minion. You know, and just can be as little as walking up that can really trigger something on the Bandits. But the fact that they have no one on site across all 3 lanes mean that something's array here. So the Bandits default back to their original positions. They're going to try to farm up as Wyozna heads topside, where Sign has been getting a little bit too comfortable and caught back on those CSs in direct comparison. Already at 143, that's going to be a healthy Scion.
So we got to definitely be looking for a big fight coming up in this dragon in 34 seconds. It's really important that Absolved get these dragons because they get even 1 or 2 mountain drakes. Really hard people to kill. I mean, killing a Scion with mountain drakes, killing Rammus with mountain drakes. I mean, they don't have the most damage. I mean, they got the Vayne with the true damage, but she's in the side lane half the time. Yeah, it's not really worth it. I mean, they got to, they stack these dragons. It's going to be important. I think Bandits have the fight for it. They've got opportunity to do that. They're going to bring the Vayne in with the TP. They're going to probably put Rift Herald down. What is going to happen?
Well, Tofu is actually going in, getting knocked up by Dognappy, and the disengage from the cage is going to be just about enough for Absolved to rethink how they want to process this fight. They need a vision, they need a territory, and they have tea time on the Scuttle Crab.
This is super split.
Tofu?
Why is Tofu here? That's
Tofu ults, tries to knock anyone back. Magnet Storm gathers 3 people in, not tilted ADC in the front line, does get a kill on Dognappy, and looks like Absolved have lost a big chunk of their front line. Count 3 as the Vayne jumps in. Wyozna going wild alongside not tilted ADC, going for the double. Get 5 players down for the cost of nothing, and they get a dragon. Bandits are gaming.
I was about to say Tofu should have been put in the Rift Herald mid, but clearly I don't know what I'm talking about, because my word, that was just exactly the team fight that they needed. They got on top of the Aphelios quick. They got the Scion out really early on. Tofu pretty much just walked up and was able to tank so much, and that was we saw in the 5v5. I mean, that was the one kind of X factor was, will the Vayne matter? Will she not matter? Definitely mattered in this fight because she was able to do so much damage, so much true damage. Really was untouched by the rest of Absolved. They were not prepared for that fight at all. Emil tried to shuffle, didn't do enough. Complete and utter disaster on the side of Absolved. Dragon going over the side of Bandits. It's a huge gold swing now. I mean, Bandits really have a ton of advantage. And
Frisky?
they still have Rift Herald.
Frisky?
Yes.
Is that a Trinity Force on Vayne?
I mean...
Is that it?
What else could that be? I mean, it's Heartbound, it's Fade.
Is that a Trinity Force on Vayne? Oh my, that's going to be a very juicy Vayne. I mean, she's going to be bulky. She's not just going to be a glass cannon. She's going to be looking for the grindy fights because every 3 autos she's going to get true damage, right?
I honestly don't hate the Trinity Force.
I don't either.
It gives you a little bit of everything. You already have a ton of DPS on the side of Bandits. Just adding to some of the true damage. I mean, you don't need the Vayne to be the main carry. You just need her to be the closer out, like a baseball. That's right, America, baby. We're making some baseball references here. All you need her to be the closer pitcher and just do the rest of the damage and get these kills. And Trinity Force is going to help her sustain that.
No, absolutely. It's just a shame that they don't have any enchanters to really fully enable the Vayne and the Kaisa, but they're doing fine as is. Tea-time roaming around mid. He's going to be seen by the squad of the Bandits. Taking out the ward. Bandits are not going to safeguard that vision. They're not going to contest it. They see the dragons, and they know the importance of them. Bandits take the first dragon. Otacon's next in line. Tea-time getting a little bit overexcited in the front line, but the Lantern's there to save them. However, Tofu goes straight for Otacon. The full squad collapses on the objective. Can Absolved actually do something to steal this? Tea-time is in a good position, but the rest of the squad is completely dismantled. 3,000 HP. Tea Time ults in, tries to go for the smite.
Good.
Tofu ults him back, and he steals the Otacon from the hands of the Bandits. Follow-up fight ensues. Wyozna already taking out Tea Time. Will it be enough to secure the rest of the kills as Azir also drops dead? 3 players left from Absolved with a crumbling tower. Tofu walks in. Double kill for Not Tilted ADC, and it's up to the rest of the squad to clear yet another fight for the Bandits.
That was insane. I mean, what do you even talk about that first? I mean, that was completely nothing that Absolved looked like they could do. I mean, they were being pushed out. They had really no control of Otacon at that point because all 5 people were there. Thank you for showing the Ram is coming back. He clearly was the hero who stole the Otacon. That was, I think, going bad for Absolved no matter what. If they fought, they would not have won. They were already chunked. I think the fact that Tea Time got himself in there was great. It was just a little bit early for the Crescent Guard from Tofu to get the Rammus out. He just pushed himself back in, got the smite. I mean, they got 1 kill early on Gabby, but I think that they really underestimated still what Bandits could do. They should have just backed off, say, okay, we got like a 1 for 2. We still got Otacon, that's enough. They should have ran away. They underestimated the fact that there was still Kaisa killer instinct and they could still run you down, and they absolutely did. So,
but this
is still advantage for Bandits.
At all. It is. I mean, it doesn't it's an objective, and it was a relatively early Otacon, so there weren't that many flowers to be collected on the field. I don't think that was a net negative for the Bandits overall because they're winning fights consistently.
I mean, they're 4K down. Depends on who's got the gold. ADCs, you got the affiliates with 2 items now. That's going to be quite strong. This Rammus still doesn't have Thornmail, but he's got Bombies. He's still quite tanky. I mean, Rammus himself is Thornmail, the champion. You've got Azir, who's got Nashers and Leandries. He's going to be chunking these turrets. He's going to be really strong in these fights. And even though he hasn't gotten a kill yet, you can still never underestimate what an Azir can do. It's really now going to come down to Baron. So it's just going to be do we get a catch? Does anything happen? It might be a classic. Do we do Baron? Do we do Dragon at this point? But I think Baron is so unbelievably valuable at this point. Unless it's Soul, you can't do an old Baron for Dragon Flip. I think Baron is going to be the number 1 target for both these teams.
It is, but I do feel like the Azir right now, Emil is a little bit offset in this composition. He's 0-4. He can't really find his space as an Azir to deal out damage. He's being constantly caught out as Bandits have quite an easy time diving the backline of Absolved. Wyozna going into the bush. Hello. Tea Time 1v1, but the true damage does sting a little bit. It was Wyozna. Goes in for the ult. Does not dodge the Thresh Q. That was an invisible hook from Thresh that does get a shutdown on Wyozna. 3-1-4 to Trinity Forces live, but Vayne is down for the count.
Oh, that's a little bit too cocky. I mean, if anything, it seems like Absolved shouldn't have been in that heavy a space on the side of Bandits, but Wyozna not taking it seriously enough. A great hook on the side of Bean Lord. She had already burned her ultimate too, so even if she comes up, you're not gonna. Well, the true damage, that ultimate is super low cooldown, I think, at this point.
It is.
But regardless, now it's a 4v5. If one really good team fight, one really good team fight happens on the side of Absolved. There's no Vayne to back this up. There's no closing pitcher in baseball, as we say. It's going to be really easy for Absolved to take this game back.
Right, but they're not actually trying to pull a fight, or at least Bandits are doing a really, really good job kiting Absolved back. Wyozna, in the meantime, she's returned, teleports straight to mid. They want to fight. It's ARAM time, ladies and gentlemen. Absolved are having none of it. They want that dragon. They're going to concede it over to Bandits.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by that. That, to me,
wow.
I mean, it screams of just like lacking of confidence in your comp. I feel like there still could have been stuff you could have done in a 4v5. Bandits absolutely were trying to force Dragon there. You could either just have tried to force Baron. They would have been in a position where they could have turned the fight in a 4v5 really easily. I think they have the damage to do Baron relatively quickly. Or they could have at least tried to contest the Dragon and just got a fight off. Because, I mean, you get a couple kills and the Dragon from there. Make it way easier for you to do Baron. But giving that up just kind of keeps Bandits in the game. At the same time, though, we got to not forget about this. The Vayne shut down on the Aphelios. Now he's got Runans. I mean, this Aphelios, he matters a lot. Do not want him getting off his ultimate, especially when he's got the blue on. He's going to be the scary champion to watch for sure.
He is. But I still need to ask, what does Aphelios do, actually? Because we haven't we've seen him in the middle of the fights. We've seen a couple of ults coming out, but will he have the appropriate weapons for the next team fight? Right now, he's got the Gravita and the Flamethrower, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't feel like those are appropriate all-out team fight guns to come into. Tofu looking for a fight, looking for anything. Time rolls around. Just a little bit of a stalemate down in the mid lane here, as you do see Rev in the bot lane split pushing by his lonesome self.
I don't understand this from the side of Azul. I don't know why they're crowding up at the mid lane, just looking to ARAM. I mean, mid lane, it's
Why
so
not?
hard to take unless you have, because I think that they have space on the other sides of the lane. They have, I think, should be using the fact that they got a catch on Wyona in the, being up in the either in the top side jungle and the bot side jungle when they have those turrets gone. I mean, use the space given to you and the fact that you took those turrets down, use that to get catches. Clearly, they're not going to run into you and give you the team fight that they want. So if anything, try to, control the map a little bit more, play for the map. They're absolutely not doing that. I think they're just playing to scale. Maybe they'll get there. I mean, like I said, we said, will it be a 40-minute long one? I mean, we're getting closer and closer to that every time the clock ticks.
I called 50, honestly, and I'm genuinely intrigued by T-Time's itemization right now. As he went for the Jack Show, he went for Knight's Vow. No Thornmail in sight for the time being, but he's still sitting on the Bambi Cinder. It was his first item, the Bambi Cinder. He tries to roll around, get some more visual information for his team. Absolved, playing really, really carefully. They know how explosive Bandits fights can be. They're being conservative about how they place out their vision for the Baron contest, which has already been started by the Bandits, Frisky.
They're starting this. They say, you know what? We are bored. Let us get this going. Okay, they immediately go off. Probably smart. I mean, the Ram is going to hop in. They got to be worried about that. So they probably do got to try to take a fight and not risk the Ram is stealing.
They've already stolen twice.
Yeah, it's already been stolen twice. Definitely
the
in
Rel
their
doesn't
head.
have Smite now. The Rel doesn't have Smite. It's a little bit of a risky play. Even though Unsealed Spellbook Smite has been slightly nerfed, it is still an active threat here from the Bandits side, because Bean Lord does have Aftershock.
I think the spellbook, even with it nerfed, it's still going to be used. With Aftershock still being really weak. Aftershock and Grasp is kind of meh. I mean, they buffed the shield one, which I always forget the name of, but
shield one. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking. Guardian,
thank you. They buffed that one, but I think as long as Aftershock still isn't there, people like Rel are still tanky enough where they have more benefit being around the map more with different summoners.
Exactly. Well, you do see the Bandits creating a siege around the Baron Nashor. They want to get a pick. They don't want to go willy-nilly into the pit. And we've already seen from the last play how easily they're allowed to disengage from these objectives if it gets a little bit too tight. They're still poking around the hive here. They're still trying to get the attention of Absolved to go into the pit to find themselves out of position to try to get a deeper ward. And it's T-Time that gets caught off. Rel goes in. Tofu finds the kill for his AD carry with Wyozna's teleport coming in the backline. You see Emil coming in as well. The box goes down. Watch out for the Arcane Storm. Not a lot of damage to go through here as the 5 members of the Bandits with a kill on the enemy jungler start to look for a position on the Baron pit.
They got to be working on this Baron right now. I mean, as long as they box out this Aphelios, there's nothing they got to worry about. But the different Baron pits, I mean, they might be able to sneak in here. Tofu's low.
Tofu's low, and Azir's dealing a lot of damage. Magnet Storm into the back line. Tofu jumps back in. That's a double kill coming down for Gabby, immediately setting the tone for a 4v3 fight in favor of Absolved. Ult comes in. Wyozna is still alive with the final hour. Tumbles away. Flashes out. Completely out of position. Ooh. But watch out. It's the Kaisa coming in live with the killer instinct. Emperor's Divine lands on no man's land as Rev tries to shut down the fight. Wyozna tries to sneak in the fight. Not allowed to go for it. The Prey Seeker does not land, and Emil walks out alive.
I am jumping all up and down. Craziness. Oh, he's chasing.
What are you doing? That was a 2-tower dive for a buddy slam on the ace for tea time.
Oh, my God. Muta sign tea time. Good God. That was insane. I mean, a shutdown good. You might as well just get it. Where do you even begin with that fight? It was a 4v5. They did not use the Baron wall right. Bandits. Absolved used it much better, allowing the Aphelios to go around, get some poke off. I mean, you saw he got 2 kills before he even used Moonlight Vigil. So it seemed like it was going on the side of Bandits, but Emil went way too far. And then you had the Kaisa and the Rel re-engage, kill Gabby. They'll get this dragon. There's no way that they don't. It's too long.
Don't jinx it.
Good point. At this point with this game, with everything's happening, who knows?
Yeah. Second dragon here for Absolved as well.
But that was, I mean, Emil saved things, and they just they thought they could kill him. They thought the Victor damage would be enough, but he dodged the Victor laser. He got his Emperor's Divide off, which even though it didn't hit people, he used it really well as a wall, got these auto off. Winona, got a little cocky, missed the Kaisa W. Am I almost done? Yeah. And then the Rammus said, you know what? This Kaisa's on a shutdown. I'm just sprinting on down and getting her. I mean, what do you even say at this point? I mean,
honestly, I fully would have expected T-Time to go fetch the not tilted ADC at the base if he had to.
Look at this Baron damage.
Yeah, Baron is just going down. At this point in time, T-Time with his current build, he's probably packing. Yeah, he was packing upwards of 300 AD. Going down really fast with the Aphelios as well. And they go straight for the fight after the Baron. Disengage comes through. Rel walks away. But can they defend tier 2 mid? Frisky. I don't think they can.
It's going to be hard. I mean, they can just because they didn't have enough minions then. But
okay.
I'm starting to really... This is the confidence I'm really liking for Absolved. I mean, now they know that T-Time can just start threatening things on the map a lot more, that it's going to be harder for Bandits to set up. I mean, this, Aphelios, is just so unbelievably strong. Things like this happen, gone, baby! That is gone for the tofu. I mean... What do you say about that?
He got absolutely popped. He didn't even have a chance to do anything. T-Time taunts him. Gabby does the rest. 761 Aphelios on a 4-item rampage. Someone hold him down. Because Bandits can't reach that backline at all. And now we look at the bot lane. Wyozna under the tower, getting locked down, taunted up. Emil is on a killing spree. And Bandits are down to 3 players. What just happened? This was a massive swing, and Absolved are going for game here. Emperor's Divide on the not tilted ADC. I doubt he's not going to be tilted for much longer as a double kill comes into the pockets of Gabby. Everything comes to play. And Absolved managed to save the game from an impending doom. Bandits threatened their first game, but ultimately it's Absolved that keep on giving Gabby kills that are going to find the win on the Nexus.
My word, that was quite the shift of things from Bandit, but that just shows, unfortunately, why they're one of the bottom teams. I mean, they got to the mid game, they needed to play, I think, a little bit more fast on the fact that the scaling of Absolved was getting much better. The Azir and the Aphelios were getting much stronger, but they played a little bit too slow, and it really was just one fight, one bad Baron, and then all it is just one bad Baron that can turn your whole game around. I mean, enough kills on Gabby, just did so much damage. The fact that this Rammus was just so threatening, I think, just gets in the head of you eventually. Now you just get scared, and great ending from Absolved. They just said, okay, we're getting our Dragon, we're getting our Baron, we're getting our kills. The Aphelios is going to pop people. Let's end this game and go home in time for tea.
It was just... I don't even know, man. It felt good. Like, the Bandit composition felt really, really good. They seemed like a valid, valuable threat to be up against Absolved, but it just got to a point where they went from winning a fight, 5 kills to none, to absolutely getting bodied in fights twice or 3 times in a row, and it just got absolutely out of hand. Absolved find the win, but there are just so many... How can you not... Like... How can you not root for the Bandits at some point in time? They're the underdogs at this point.
I mean, 0-5, you hope at least that they get some underdog stuff. I mean, they are the Bandits. They're trying to rob people, but they haven't done good at that so far. So we're just hoping the best they can do. But Absolved maybe looking at playoffs now. They're looking at 3-2.
Yes, they are, and we're going to toss it over to Desk. Wonder if they're as surprised as we are how this game turned out. So Temporal, W, King, and Avi, please take it over. Oh, 1 second.
1 second.
Yo, it's us. How you doing? Thanks, AC and Frisky. 0-5 for the Bandits. Not fantastic. Looking alive. Don't get us wrong. There were moments there where unfortunately, comp I failed to identify as Quadra Threat. Once again, did a Quadra Threat. Beautiful EDG arc that pulled Absolved completely apart. But apart from that, the Absolved show is back, and what a Rammus wheelie way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I have questions about the Rammus build. That's the only questions I have. Everything else, it was the Absolved kind of theory. You know, they played how they needed to do it. They got their gold. They played towards their carries, and there you go. What more do you want? How they spent their gold, up to, debate, but it worked out.
Well, yeah, it did feel a bit questionable at times, starting with the Jack show, but obviously it works, doesn't it? So
Yep.
you can't exactly argue.
I mean, just look at the
well,
damage here, too.
we can argue the semantics, but you're right. The result, the same in just over half an hour. Well done, Dubby.
Okay, but we were all doubting it at one point. We were all saying,
Oh,
"Oh,
there
hang
was
on,
some
maybe the 40
moments
minutes."
There was some moments after that too. I
Happens,
was just
though.
like, the approach. It needs a little bit of work. That's okay. You don't need to force it all straight away. Good luck to the Bandits in the second half. This is going to get a little bit rough from now on. A losing
Yeah,
record now
frankly,
inevitable.
You're going to need the luck. They have to find some option here. This is a good start, though. I liked a lot about what I saw today, but they've got a lot of ground to cover.
Dubby, any words of encouragement, words of advice?
My words of advice would be some kind of just find a team of 5 people and stick to it. You know, I understand. I mean, the players have been on
Yeah.
holiday. There's been a lot of reasons, but you keep on changing something, and you're changing and hoping that this time will work. You know, I'm sure there's a lot happening behind the scenes as to why, but they know what works. They've proven it in the past splits. So just do that again, and maybe they'll come out and get some wins to avoid the potential of relegation threat.
Avi, anything you'd say differently?
The only thing I'd say is massive improvement this week as opposed to what we've seen in the past. I think the team fighting, it felt a little bit more coordinated. It felt like they actually knew what they were playing, and it didn't feel like a ranked game as much. But even then, there's still a big old mountain to climb.
Yeah.
There is hope, though. There is a lot to like. There's a lot more to like after today. So best of luck to you. You need it, but I think I'm holding out for you. I have hope.
Yeah. We can't devalue the struggle. Talking of the struggle, that absolved mid game.
Didn't
Some
look so
moments
good.
where we weren't sure, but then the absolute fiesta of a 2-person Baron, Rammus taking no damage, and that dive all the way under the mid tier 2. Which is your favorite Rammus moment from the game? Avi first.
I just found it incredibly funny when you see Rammus diving onto Grubs in a 1v4 and somehow winning. Like, obviously we know it's a Rammus, what can't that champion do? But
And coming up full
that's
health,
just a
right?
bit silly. Exactly. Not only do you come in a fight there, you have no right even surviving, but you come out pretty much full health, winning. I mean, yeah, Emil did have to flash forwards and manage to get an ult off, but you still get a huge fight off, taking 2 grubs. That's pretty much perfect. A little bit, it's a little bit stupid, but it happens, doesn't it?
Dubby, your Rammus moment in the game.
Rammus moment of the game. When you play Rammus, you see one person low health on their own, you powerball into the slam, charge down onto the Kai'Sa under the tower with just a satisfying dunk. What more needs to be said? That's Rammus gaming right there.
It is. It's time for tea, and it's time for this break before we're back with our second game of the night. We'll see you in a minute. Welcome back, everyone. That was just a short break because something very important is about to happen. 5IQ are going to take on Bulldog Academy. Two teams doing way better than I thought they would. These were my bottom two, with Inkwick with potential towards the middle before Prosfair said, by the way, we haven't played a single game on our preview show. And what games they have played. That man stacks his Kindle gems and he just gets the job done. Just gets the job done. And Bulldog Academy, what a glow up from last split. Dubby, looking towards this game, I think you've got one team in your heart.
Yeah, up the Bulldogs. I've been a fan of this roster since they've been in Div 1. They've never let me down. They've held their ground, never getting demoted. Bulldogs, if there's a team that shows heart, shows power, it's the Bulldogs. They stay in Div 1 and they don't leave.
Avi, what are you thinking tonight?
Well, despite Dubby's positivity, I think Bulldogs, they've been a lot better than a lot of us thought they'd be. They put up a lot of fight, but honestly, I think this might be where they meet their match. Just that little bit.
They'll definitely be meeting the other residents of the retirement home. Players from when I was into the game. Just 5IQ is just doing so great right now. Yusa joins the roster tonight as the movements around the AD carry position continue. So Artorias once again back up in the top lane while Cobros is on holiday. Happy holidays, Cob. And with that, means Yusa has come in to the roster. I'm going to take this segment because it's from my time. When I was getting back into competitive, there was some sort of pandemic, and sitting at home on your computer became more socially acceptable. So I watched this Resolve roster come in through open qualifiers that I absolutely burned out of in top speed, and it had this top laner called Artorias and this jungler called Nalty or his alter ego. Occasionally, is Mr. Tickle, and this AD carry called Yusa, and Yusa played fantastically, won the UKLC that split, and has disappeared not long after. And even though his Leaguepedius is retired, he's here with us tonight to represent Inkwick. So we're looking forward to another banger performance from Artorias in the top lane. Dubby, what do you know about Bulldog Academy's new member tonight, their new jungler, Death?
So, thanks to another talent on the team, Rob, we did do some scouting ahead and asking for insight material from the Bulldogs roster themselves. What comments do they have from this new jungler? The comment was, he's Bulgarian. And that's all we know. So, you know what? I think that's going to be a great way to take it. The team, as Bulldogs are, they just play League of Legends and make it work. So, fantastic. They find players from wherever they need it, and I'm excited to see how this person performs. They do have some champions in common, as I'm a jungler. They play Volibear as well. A champion I love to see both in solo queue and in competitive. So I'm excited to see how that works out. But overall, it should be a good fit towards this Bulldog Academy roster.
Yeah, that's the chaotic excitement we're looking for. Avi, just on theme, is it going to be the chaotic excitement of Bulldog Academy, the power of friendship? Or is it going to be the power of history tonight? Is it going to be the old men of 5IQ?
The old men of 5IQ. No, I think in all honesty, and I don't know if you'll agree with me here, both sides do like a little bit of that scrappy team fighting. They love to play around that messy ideology, and it works for them. This might be where Bulldog reigns supreme. I have hope for them, but even if they've lost Ragdar this week, I've got hope for IQ. They're proving themselves, especially with Artorias back in that top lane. I think this is pretty solid.
Yeah. Power of Friendship has got a mighty, mighty enemy today. Our predictions for this game are as thus, because I haven't seen you guys.
I've not seen yours,
What have we predicted? What have we predicted?
Oh, I'm probably on my own, aren't I? Oh!
I did not say 5IQ. That is fake news right there. Unless I did a typo.
Debbie,
there.
all this about up the Bulldog, up the Bulldog.
King, no. Absolute. How dare you? Turn coat on your Bulldogs. You did right. You did right, Bulldogs. It's
okay.
It's fine. We're going to get into draft as soon as that is ready. So, the W, you're the only dissenter from the consensus on decks today. Is the power of friendship really that strong?
Okay, so on the actual note, I think what the Bulldogs bring is consistency and playing from like situations where you don't think they're going to succeed, they succeed, right? When you think they're going to relegate, they stay. When they play against good teams, they win. And right here, you're in the situation where they're against Quick, this team before that was absolutely fantastic, and now with some changes, can they still match up to what they had last split? And Bulldogs is a good team to challenge it, and that is the kind of my thought process right now. They have this kind of just, we don't give up attitude, and we fight to play to win, and that is sometimes all it takes.
Yeah, we're going to get our sides flipped around. The idea that anyone
Yes.
else but Mike deserves a Hainger ban is a little bit questionable, I'm not going to lie. So, Quick on the left on blue, Varus on one, not a huge shock. Use of very proficient on the champion. On the right, Bulldogs starting off their 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think I respect the bans a lot. I think we didn't highlight this before, but Bulldog have lost a ban today, so it has made things a little bit trickier. But looking at what they have been able to get rid of, they've gotten rid of this Azir and Trundle. We've seen Nolty's Trundle so many times putting up numbers. It's kind of become a bit infamous around here, the Mr. Tickle Trundle. But no, there's a lot to like here, though. Interesting, though, the Jhin answer to the Varus. I like this a lot. I think this could give him a lot of pressure, especially on that early game. But blinding Ari as well. Obviously, Mike feeling confident.
These are just Bulldog picks. You got DDD, who's known for the Ezreal, so that's obviously banned away, and the champions they play in return are things like this Jhin. So that's just something that pairs together. And we've seen Mike Ari a lot, and when they can pick their Ari, the Heimerdinger, because it's obviously banned away, they do like this blind pick. But Quick is a team that has experienced roster enough to maybe punish these blinds, so we'll have to see what they do to match. And we get Zinzao and Sion.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess if it's pick and approach, there's 2 heavy targets to stand behind it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the Four Nations top
carry
one.
Chono.
Let's go.
I was quite literally just about to say, you see the Sion blinded, we're going to see the Cho'Gath imminently, and Harakari's just said, yep. Time to be a 2,000-foot warlord, so fair enough, not going to argue with that, are you?
Artorias did
just
real
been
well
insane.
on the other side of this in the previous game, so no pressure, Artie. That's we're not going to play the other side. Alright,
Yeah, now these
Interesting
bans
one.
are going to be the interesting tech, because you missed out your first bans. What do you take out next? Where do you prioritize these? And I want to see Bulldogs look for mid laners, because
Well, there you
they've
go.
locked in the Ari, get rid of Orianna, and whatever else you don't want to play against.
have
You
you,
have to try and
if,
keep Mike safe here as much as you can.
if you're drafting in quick here, what are your second rotations bands going for? We got support and we got jungle.
I don't know, not 100% sure here. You've picked up the Xinjiao on 2, so I'm thinking ideally a mid lane that can combo that. Not 100% sure. Wouldn't hate to see the Syndra, but it wouldn't be the best thing in the world. I'm also saying wouldn't be surprised to see something like the Alistair here. That would work pretty nicely.
Okay. Second phase of bans. Just slowly trickling past Inkwink, taking away the Wukong. Anyone who can access the front through Xinjiao.
No.
Ah, there we go. I'm gonna jump
Bit of a
forward
jump
ever
forward.
slightly. Yeah,
Ooh,
that's alright.
Viego,
Pantheon away, Talia
actually.
away. Viego in.
Diego is interesting here, because it's something that can fight Zinzao early, or at least challenge it. I think Zinzao might just have the kind of upper hand, but at least it's a combat one to fight it out. But also, just gives you that double reset we've seen before in the Four Nations right here, with the Ari and the Zinzao kind of Zinzao, with the Viego synergizing together to get reset through team fights. First time I saw it, it did not work out at all, so if it works out this time, well, let's see if the Bulldogs can do it.
Ooh. Aurora picked up for Beely. I think that's quite a good one, actually. I've always liked seeing an Aurora, and I think it really works here. It gives you options to kind of, gives you the all in, gives you the all out as well. There are so many options for this here. Really, a lot of team fight potential.
I like
Interested to
the
see how
idea
Beely
of-
performs it, but
Yeah, I've never heard the opposite of all in being all out. That's such.
hey,
that's a phrase.
it's not
of all
wrong though,
time.
is it? It's not wrong. You either want to get jump all in, or you want to use your ult to get out. What do you want me to say?
Oh, it's proper. It's 10 out of 10. Crossfire on the Braum. Just Gonna be a bit of a shield there in the 2 versus 2, and it prevents the melee support lock-in from Bulldog. What's it gonna be? Are we gonna see?
Ooh. I like a lot. I like it. Bard's always a nice pick to see.
If you're gonna go for the Bard King in Prosper, you best not miss Magpie. No pressure. No pressure
Yeah,
at all.
feeling confident today, but power of friendship might prevail.
Alright, Dubby, the power of friendship starting to sway Avi here. Is the heart of the cards really with Bulldog Academy?
All the way. But yeah, okay. Looking at this, I like it a bit more.
Just questioning.
Okay, I have to give this some thought because it has the the resets are there. You got the extended range engage from DDD on this Jin. You have this huge tank top later with this Cho'Gath that can try and match the Scion and just tank health versus health. But the send it button from Scion matched with this Aurora follow-up is there. The chains from Varus, so you gotta be careful from Bulldogs. You don't get picked off. But if they can get that one initial kill, helped with the feast from the Cho'Gath, right? If you can chomp someone down, use that damage, get that initial kill, and then they roll through the team fight, I think Bulldogs they can still close this one out for sure.
Okay, so no change of heart for Dubby. Avi, are you feeling confident?
My heart still says go towards Ink Quick, but Bulldog, they are swaying me a little bit. This team composition, it just looks more fun to watch, more fun to play. And that's what matters to me personally, so I think Bulldog, as much as I'm not as convinced with their playstyle, I think they might have a good shot here.
Alright, okay. I'm still leaning towards Incredible, but I think those points are very valid, and I think if you are going to sort of overcome a difficult challenge, 4 Viego resets is one fabulous way to do it. But as we saw towards our second game, I think we're going to get over to our casters in just a second. Are we still on board with our predictions? And Dubby, that still means you for Bulldogs.
I mean, I'm Bulldogs all the way. These guys, they've got it. I have no doubts in them. And if they lose, then something went wrong, and it was clearly the game's fault, not the Bulldogs. So
Always.
Bulldogs all the way. It's already a guaranteed win for them, no doubt.
All right, let's find out exactly how the cards fall. Take it away, AC and Frisky.
Thank you so much, Temporal. We're back here on the caster desk for game number 2. We just witnessed a draft of all time. But for those of you who just joined us, I'm AC. This beautiful man next to me is Frisky, and we're here to bring you the action inside of the Summoner's Rift. And Delby does predict a win for the Bulldogs. How correct is he, Frisky? How are we feeling about this?
Well, I mean, W's somebody who's been very supportive of me, and he's a great friend. But let's be honest, he can be wrong at times. A lot of times, and we love that about him. But sometimes there's always gonna be somebody wrong on the desk and be like, you know what, I'm gonna be a bit of contrarian. I'm gonna say, this team that's definitely not gonna win is gonna win. Just spice it up a little bit. And W's quite good at that. This draft is just a mess on the side of Bulldogs. There is just so little cohesion there. I don't know how they get in on this team. Like you get an Ari charm, you get even like a Jin stun. You get something like that to try to engage a fight, but the problem is that there are so many ways for this in-quick team to fight. The Braum is going to be able to block things. You can re-engage with either the Aurora Circle or with Varus Chain of Corruption. Scion and Xin Zhao, if he doesn't fail too much in the early game, are going to be able to tank a lot. Yes, if the Viego gets resets, he's going to give in-quick a great deal of trouble. But I don't know how he gets there. Like, if they just take him out instantly, in-quick can engage and re-engage and disengage. They can do all of that with this comp. Bulldog, I don't think, has enough catch to be able to handle that. Yes, maybe Bard gets a really lucky Tempered Fate, but at the same time, I just don't think it's going to be enough.
Listen,
I think that there's so much...
I personally
go
believe
ahead.
in a good jungle support duo combo, and if we have questions about the Viego into the Xin Zhao, maybe Bard has a better time roaming. He does definitely have a better time roaming than that of Braum. Braum is going to be a little bit stuck to his AD carry Varus, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, I would say.
I mean, certainly that you just want the Varus and the Braum just to be sitting there farming, try to get anything. I mean, if that Jin's alone, then there's still kill opportunity. If it's a 2v2 with the Bard there, still plenty of kill opportunity. Oh, you want the Bard to roam here. I think you want the Bard Viego to roam, try to get invades on the blue side jungle, try to get that Xin Zhao down a little bit early on. But I think as long as in Quick just know that that's coming, counter it, try to pull either the Scion or the Aurora away, it could go really bad really for them. I mean, if the Aurora gets a couple early kills, I mean, this game will just snowball out of control really quickly. They have to be very careful how they handle it.
Exactly, because they don't necessarily... I mean, they have a little bit of front line to really deal with the Aurora. Aurora's not going to have a necessarily easy lane against the Ari. We need to touch on that as well. But having a Scion on your back and only having Cho'Gath who can realistically tank you does feel a little bit good if you're an Aurora player. So I do feel like the Lightyear analysis is coherent, at least in terms of team fights. They are going to be very, very messy for the Bulldog side, but who knows? It's a UKEL Four Nations Cup. I mean, anything can happen, and we are alive on the Summoner's Rift with Int Quick 5 IQ on the blue side and Bulldog Academy on the red. It looks like 5 IQ are going for a full stack on bot lane.
I mean, it's a good plan for them. I mean, they just get the potential that Bulldog tries to invade. They just get one quick catch. It's going to, again, make it very hard for Bulldog to start anything early on. I think this could get really hard for them to play as well. I mean, this Jhin, if he doesn't get to late game, he could have a really troubling early game. I think that the Viego, if he doesn't get enough, could have a ton of trouble. There's Winter's Bite. Is that enough?
They need more auto attacks.
Dos, tres. Where's
Can they get the
Quattro?
floor? Flash in, flash for it. You know you want to. They don't want to.
They definitely wanted to, but they didn't. Good F control. There's no way they didn't want to. I mean, I think we all would have wanted to, but it's good they didn't. Because it may not have been guaranteed a kill. He still could have flashed. Maybe they could have been okay burning a flash on the Jhin early on, but it depends on who used it.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the worth. They just got some poke. They just asserted their dominance, which is exactly what you want in League of Legends. There's not enough asserting dominance, and they definitely started that here, and hopefully it'll continue.
Yeah, but at the same time, you look at the map layout right now, and Bulldog Academy took advantage of that intermission from 5IQ to place some very interesting and deep wards. So right now, Bulldog Academy know that Xin Zhao is not in the bot side, as they have a Warden Raptors. They know that Xin Zhao is not starting on Bulldog's Academy blue buff, so they know that he's starting on his own blue buff, and this allows the Viego to actually mirror his jungle path here.
They're probably going to clear about the same speed, I'd say. Maybe, I don't know, it could be kind of either or depending on which way they go. So it could be just level 1, level 2 is just very nothing here. And this Bard is already getting punished.
Oh, he is getting so punished. Brosphere just needs one more auto, one more Q, but the flash away does safeguard Magpie for the time being. But that is a massive summoner on a champion that doesn't have that many resistances early on.
No burned barrier on the side of Yuza, but no flash burn, which is super key. So they can still poke, they can still be a little bit aggressive. I mean, just a few good piercing arrows, and the Bard could easily be taken down. So people still underestimate how much piercing arrow can do. At the same time, Bill, what do you even say that? Billy, because it's B and then Lee. It's not Belly or Billy. Billy. I'm saying Billy because American, I can pronounce things wrong.
Fair enough. Right, Mr. Tickle.
Instantly going for the invade. Probably knew that they were going to look bot side, so try to cover that off with the pressure coming from the bot side. Can they do anything with it?
No, they are trying to get away with the blue buff, but immediately Death is going to reset it into the pit as the rest of the squad from 5IQ does not realize that the Tribush is ward, and this is going to allow Bulldog Academy to back off completely, though they are worse for wear here. DDD and Magpie don't be looking too good right now as the charm does land. Up goes the shield, level 2 available. That's a stun. Could be first blood. Beely coming in strong on the bunny lady. And we talked about this. She cannot be allowed to get kills early on. It looks like she's counting 2. We talked about a couple, and Aurora has them.
That's not good. Pretty solid invade from 5IQ. They just kind of sat there, held things out. Obviously, Bulldogs starting to feel like Bandits right now, how they're playing. But anyway, Bulldogs tried to pull themselves, to cover off the 4v4 in the jungle, but 5 IQ in quick, really smart, just kind of played. They waited, and then the Braum poke they just completely underestimated. Even though Braum got poked out a lot, he still has Guardian. He still has a decent amount of health. Can't kill him that quickly. So instantly turned onto the Viego. That's going to put him behind. And yeah, importantly, Aurora is starting to move.
Oh wow, I just realized. Magpie on the Bard, he's actually packing Electrocute instead of Unsealed Spellbook, so his utility, I mean, his damage output is going to be considerable. Especially with these pokier engages, but utility-wise, he's going to be worse for wear here on the side of Bulldog Academy. As on the flip side, Beely, with the 2 kills that he acquired, he's already got the Sorcerer's Shoes on first back.
It's going to help a lot. I mean, Mr. Tickle already looking to try to do a little bit more, but the bot lane of Bulldog's just playing a bit safe. I mean, this Bard with the Electrocute, he's going to try to be a little bit more aggressive in the 2v2s, but now that the lane hasn't started the best and the Bard's already died and been poked out a lot, he really should be focusing on roaming more, but it's harder now because the Unsealed Spellbook means you can't do it as much. Now, they're staying and getting some poke, but, you know, if they just get poke and no kills and Varus is still able to farm for a good distance, they're not going to get too much off this.
No, and part of me kind of feels happy that the lanes are at a stalemate here, and this is forcing both supports to stay in the bot lane with their AD carries, perpetuating the classic stake of the bot lane. At the same time, you are going to be lacking a little bit in the action side, and we all know top lane needs a little bit of action going on. It's a Cho'Gath and a Scion. It's a wet noodle fest up here, man.
Mm-hmm. It is just 2 people with just. I mean, what do you even say? Because I'm trying to think of another good example of wet noodles. It is pretty much like an old school Western duel, but it's just squirt guns they're using. So you're just little damage, slowly. Nothing really going on there. I mean, that's what you want. You want your top lanes just to be kind of stable and just wait for them, for the right fight for them to TP in. Sion, I think, can still have a little bit more priority on that because he gets there first and he runs in first. It's going to help.
That's a flash coming out of Faltree. In the mid lane, Ari is a little bit vulnerable now, still at level 5. Mr. Tickle, we go into the bot lane as Magpie seems to be in trouble, and the Scorch seems to do it as the first kill for the bot lane comes in. And it's Prosper who collects it. Feat of Strength also collected as well. DDD now pulling through, trying to get out of that one. As the dragon is in the sights of 5 IQ right now.
Look, let's all be honest. We like Bard. He's a funny champion. He makes funny noises. He's got funny sound effects. But the problem is that when the Bard does some inting, you start to hate Bard a lot more because you're just like, we've all had it, just the Bard that just kind of roams around and then just dies randomly. I know it. I've been that Bard. I mean, this poke is getting really bad. Why is the Ari going in? It's not good, but is it?
It is good. Mike does find himself a kill, and he's still got 2 stacks of the Spirit Rush. Dragon's been halted. Right now, Bulldog Academy seem pretty strong. Mr. Tickle's forced to flash out of the way, and down goes the Smiter for a double kill on the Ari.
That was so quick, I needed to analyze that, but it's clear that, In Quick got, collapsed upon. They got sandwiched, and they had zero idea which target to go in on. The problem is that they decided the Ari is the person to go in on. Problem is, Ari moves. Now they had to reset. Yes. They didn't know who to go in on, and they're pretty much in a terrible position after that. Gives a great reset for the Viego. I mean, he gets a kill now, and now there's 2 kills on this Ari. I mean, now she's the one shut down. I mean, hell, she could start roaming down to the bot side. Well, maybe not top because we're moving lanes, it seems like. Helping out the next lane a little bit more. I mean, just getting her some more kills. Complete swing now. I mean, that's a dragon there. I mean, that was just kind of bad timing for In Quick.
Yeah, and Harikari seems kind of stuck in the top side. He's got to walk down because he does not have teleport. He just used teleport. He was not expecting the swap coming in from 5 IQ. And this is going to cost the top side of Bulldog Academy a lot of time. Meanwhile, first grub has been made. Mr. Tickle backs off into the jungle as Prosper gives them vision of the Bard and the Cho'Gath. He's being guided back into the jungle. Harikari does have Fee, so that's going to guarantee at least 1 grub over to Bulldog Academy. Still trying to fight. Nice stun, knock up with the Rupture. Harikari in the front line. Big waves coming in. That just lands a Chains of Corruption, which guarantees a kill. Smite down on Bulldog Academy. Mr. Tickle in the back line takes a chunk off of health with the Feast. That's a free stack for Harikari. That's going to reach 5 IQ to overextend their welcome on the enemy jungle.
It was good that InQuick took a while to start that fight because they definitely were in a bit worse position because the Jhin was topside and they were going to be in a 4v3 if they started early. So they waited for the Aurora and they got the right catch and did a lot with it. But Mr. Tickle, it just ruins everything because he went through the Bard portal, which we knew was going into enemy territory. This would have been fine chance for them to get the other 2 grubs, and this just unfortunately ruins a lot of the tempo. And now we're just kind of back in a stalemate. So unfortunately, just one little instance like that can ruin everything. And maybe all the things I said about Bard wasn't very true because Bard just gave him a portal and let the team use it poorly, I suppose.
Yeah, but now someone has to contest these grubs because 2 are still in the field. 1 belongs to 5IQ, but if Bulldog Academy collect these 2, they're 1 step closer to get a feat of war. They already have 1 objective. They got the first dragon. Mr. Tickle tries to steal the last one. Can't quite get it. That's a free grub camp for Bulldog Academy. And now Spirit Rush forced out of Faulty here. Jumps back in,
dodge.
tries to get a charm off, but Mr. Tickle jumps straight in to
here comes Sion!
Viego might be in trouble. Here comes Bard as well. Or not Bard, Braum, I mean. They get the kill shut down on Faulty, and looks like 5IQ are back in the match. They could not finish the camp, but man, oh man, Bulldog Academy, they're not afraid to go in to fight.
Was about to get on top of InQuick for trying to go on this Ahri. That's the whole thing, is that they don't need to be chasing this Ahri. They don't let them try to catch you. Just wait for them to all be bunched up and try to go in and make a play like they just did. And they did exactly what I wanted. The Xin Zhao found the Viego because it seemed maybe a little bit hasty, but guess what? Sion came running in to help out, and you saw he stopped the Ahri Spirit Rush. So he stayed there, got the shutdown on top of her. That's exactly the kind of plays that InQuick needs to win this game.
Yeah. Funny enough, I was looking through the gold differentials here. Even though Aurora is kind of massive right now for 5IQ, she's behind in gold with Faulty. Because Faulty is just over 20 CS leading on mid.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that she was roaming a bit more, got that, she didn't die during during the dragon fight, but didn't get as much XP as needed, and the couple kills from Faulty and just the fact that she's able to CS more has helped out a lot. I mean, you're gonna need some farm certainly on this Aurora, or at least get her some kills. I mean, she's getting closer to that Leandries, but the Malignant's already on Faulty. Can it be more to deal with the Aurora?
Have to wait and see, especially to see if Faulty is going to go into Lucidity boots or Sorcerer shoes. That make a whole difference, especially when it comes to a damage output. Ahri needs that extra penetration. Malignance doesn't quite give her the stats that she'd like to have to become a relevant assassin, but still, she's doing quite a lot of damage. So Faulty could have a window of opportunity here to keep on scaling if he finds the rooms that he needs. Look at the top lane. Hirikari does get a free stack from that fight, which means that he's going to grow into a big, healthy Cho'Gath as the game progresses. Dragon's about to spawn, though, and it does look like 5IQ are closer to the objective and already setting up vision around it.
Back to good old-fashioned dragon fights. I mean, we saw what went so poorly for InQuick last time, but I mean, as long as they don't even necessarily need to get on top of the dragon first, but if they do get on top of the dragon first, all they just got to do is just make sure that Bulldogs can only come from one way on the map, make it so that their ways are not able to sandwich you, and then you just, pick one target as easy as possible. But at the same time, they don't have to. I mean, this is, if anything, this is the bad situation. No, this is not what I want, because now they're super sandwiched off. But scary. But they're backing off a bit. Bard Temper Fate burns the flash.
Out. Charm into Prosphere. Teleport coming in from Harikari. Astorius does have to ultimate in as his teleport is on cooldown. Dragon started by Bulldog. Eaten up by the Cho'Gath, which means Feast is no longer available for this team fight. Everybody walks in, the call is made, Charm goes off once again on Prosphere, but the sacrificial lamb is going to be Harikari. You're down with the belly full, but the dragon was down for Bulldog Academy.
I mean, just they kind of focused on the Bard a little bit too much, and just they let Bulldogs get more control than they wanted. I mean, the fact that they had that sandwich scared them a bit too much. But we can't even analyze that because we got more going on.
Yes, sir. Viego in the bot lane trying to kill down Yusa, but Yusa kiting it perfectly. Does get stunned by the Bard. One more auto should be enough for Death to take down the enemy AD carry. And now Bulldog Academy are starting to bite back. Could it be that W was actually right about the hype on Bulldog?
We'll see. I don't want to say W's right automatically. I probably will in the end, and he's going to send me a DM that says, haha, funny American is wrong. But, that's just how it goes. The fact that they're getting a lot of kills on this Scion, I think, is decent for what now in Quick are going to want. I mean, they want a little bit more front line. They want to try to fight front to back. I mean, they get items on this Scion. You got to use whatever gold is on whatever champion. You got to use it right. He's got the Unending Despair. Just try to get him to be as tanky as possible so that you can get the Aurora, you can get the Varus to do as much work as possible. They're going to need to fight a little bit more strategically now. They don't have the advantage that they did in the very beginning.
Oh no! I mean, oh no! I don't know if it's oh no. You tell me, because that I just realized that's Lethal Temple Varus with a Blade of the Ruined King, so that's on hit Varus, not lethality.
Oh boy. Well, I guess it's an oh no, but maybe not here because they're just going to kill Varus.
Are they going to kill Viego? Yes, they are. He's not going to even move from the Chains of Corruption plus the Bromstone combo. That is a jungler down for Bulldog Academy side, but there's no objectives to be contested right now unless they find a kill on the enemy support. 3 stacks, 1 more auto should be enough, or a Q. Yuna now going in. 1, 2, 3 autos fully stacked. Q's in to get the piercing arrow shot, not quite finding the target. Clear out the wave. Top side belongs to 5IQ.
Good job defending that top side. When they invade like that and they stay there long enough, there's certainly potential you're going to get people trying to defend their own jungle, which the Bard did. And I thought it was going to be more worrisome if people came. I mean, if they had the RETP, they actually could have made a play work well, and they could have had anything try to get control of the Rift Herald, but didn't think too quickly enough. And never mind, because the Varus is dead. Bye, Varus.
Varus is very dead. Massive collapse. Prosphere, I think, was trying to clear out vision around the Heralds, and that kind of backfired tremendously for 5IQ, but at the same time, they are taking tower in the bot lane. This is first break here for Int Quick, and it's more gold falling in the hands of Aurora, but at the same time, it is going to be a free stack for Harikari, who they desperately need to be the massive tank for Bulldog Academy.
And it's going to be feats. They'll get a little bit more tankiness out of that, but you certainly want it now. I mean, I think that Yusa clearly didn't expect the fact that if you just sit by a Jhin and an Ahri, there's still a chance you get charmed. You can't just fully play like you're going to make a mechanical outplay, because that doesn't always work. Sometimes the Ahri charm is just in the right spot and you get hit and get killed by it. You can't overestimate that. He's got to be playing with the Braum, with the Scion, with somebody tanky at all times, especially when he's going to be the one of the big damage dealers by the end of the game.
Exactly, and he needs the extra space, especially because his range is shortened by the fact that he decided to go on a non-hit build. But at the same time, he's going to be much more relevant against that Cho'Gath if he does become the problem that we feel that he might become.
I want to talk about dragons for a second, because I'm a little confused. Is it Ocean? I think it's Ocean by the look of the map, but the problem is that we've got Ocean that's already been taken, and then the top left says Dragon's about to be, or Fire is about to be taken. It's Hextech. Okay, I'm seeing Hextech.
Okay.
Oh,
Chains of Corruption
just
miss on Faltry. Not the best use case scenario.
Gonna wait.
No more re-engage from 5IQ, but the Dragon is going to be contested here. 5IQ not giving up on the objective just yet. They have everybody ready to jump in if they need. Scion has teleport up, but then again, so does Harikari, and contesting it against the Feast could be troublesome. Mr. Tickles could be in trouble as Prosphere does jump on him to get him safe. Forced to use the ultimate, though, to make sure nobody can damage him from outside the ring.
At the same time, we do have our Squirt Gun fight going on in the top lane. I mean, this Scion's getting chunked a bit. I mean, he gets out of the fight. I mean, there's nothing that they can do. But at the same time, with this Dragon about to spawn, got both TPs up. It could be dependent on how these top laners help their team.
Yeah, I do feel like you can, as a Scion, you can sacrifice the tower for the Dragon. He's going to teleport straight to bot lane with the teleport from Cho'Gath being responded. Here comes the Aurora ult. They're going straight for Faltry. That's a dead Ahri if I've ever seen any. And now Cho'Gath teleports right into the fight when it's already over. Forced to flash back. Another Tempered Fate missing slightly there from Magpie.
Get the Cho'Gath.
They're trying to get the Cho'Gath, but the Aurora is in the front line, trying to dish out damage, trying to get something done with a knockup coming through. Artorias is on a killing spree. Viego down means no more smite for Bulldog Academy, and it should be an easy enough. Not Chemtech. That's a Hextech Dragon for 5IQ.
They're still going to try to poke him out, so it's good that they're just re-engaging here, trying to get as much damage as possible.
Exactly. With Magpie being caught off as well, trying to get away with his life intact, but it's going to be the Dragon that's the focus of this fight. As we do take a little break here from the feed, We noticed we
Got a
did
bit
have
crazy here. Sometimes the
Yeah.
the servers understand the craziness of what's going on. I mean, a lot of kills, a lot of craziness happening there. Bit of a mess of a TP, not great spacing on the side of Bulldogs, and the game had to take a break. They're like, all right, we got some craziness going on. It was already huffing very heavily from the last game craziness, so we'll just all take it a minute. We're gonna be relaxed. We're gonna come back with you soon. We're just gonna
Yeah,
hang out.
exactly. I mean, they're not going to stop the game. There's not going to be a pause or anything, so
No.
we're just going to wait back to see if the
Yeah.
Hextech Dragon has already been made by 5IQ or not, because that would be a first dragon for the team and a crucial point of interaction there. Now that the enemy Smiter is down, they definitely need to start getting these objectives towards their side. They find the kill on Magpie. They get the Bard out of the field. You still have Viego respawning, which means that's a free dragon here from Mr. Tickles on 5IQ's side.
I mean, just really good stuff on the side of Quick. I mean, they just handled the Ari in the side lane well, got her out, especially when she's one of the stronger champions you have. Not sure what's happening with the Viego and the Braum, but it seems like Viego just caught out the Braum on the side while they're all rushing to the fight. But the fact that they just didn't get Yusa for a while just meant as much DPS could happen, as much Aurora DPS could happen as possible. Now she's a good amount ahead on gold over the Ari. She's going to be very strong now. As long as they start getting this mid turret, and they have not been super heavy on the turret so far in Quick, but really either team, they got to open up this map, and this can really let them make some big plays.
Yeah, not a lot of big pushes as well on either side. It's just a slow little push setup from 5IQ. Not really dedicating any members to the split. Now, you've seen the split happen. You've seen the Aurora from 5IQ's side, and now you're seeing Faltry from the side of Bulldog Academy on the split, which are the mid laners. Not ideal, but still a lot of gold on the right players here. Is Bulldog Academy
Herald's
stacking with the
coming.
Herald in the mid lane. They're definitely one taking this one down.
No, turn it around. Come on.
They got it.
Yeah, they got there in the end. They'll
They
get
had
the
to get a
turret.
U-turn going, They got the driver's ed coming through. It's all right.
Yeah.
Second tower under threat. 4 members on top of this objective. All 5 members of Bulldog Academy, while the rest of the
got
squad of
demolished.
5IQ, they're still
They gotta fight
trying
this.
to find their position. Now Zinzao forced to ult. Everybody out. Another bad ult from Viego, getting himself killed. Feast not in range to gobble up Mr. Tickle, which means that Cho'Gath is going to be kited to death with Yusa securing the kill. And now it's Scion on the backline, completely dividing the fight and allowing 5IQ to push down mid.
Problem with that is that you use the Rift Herald and you open up the turrets, you're all going to be clumped up together, and they did not realize that. That's kind of what Quick want. I mean, they're arguably in a stronger position right now, certainly are after this fight, and certainly will be after getting this Otacon. Underestimated the fact that they could have come from both the jungle and the bot lane, and they just instantly got caught out. Just got too greedy. Should have just taken that one turret and been like, okay, backed off. If anything, I feel like I saw some people backing off a little bit, so maybe there was some miscommunication on do we keep pushing, do we not? Because even though they did have Demolish, that was really not worth the 2 turrets, because it looks like Quick are just going to get this mid turret here, and obviously with Otacon, they're a lot stronger now.
Yep, absolutely. Everybody's coming online on InQuick's side. It is a very close game if you look at the gold stats. It is 36,000 to one side, 36,000 to the other. The gold is absolutely dead even.
Through the portal!
But it's about to change as the magical journey just allowed Magpie a free ticket back to base.
Oh, Bard. We're back to the old. Bard makes a portal, and it leads to his own death. I love Bard, but sometimes he's not always the
What's
right
not to love about Bard? You
yeah,
can't
he's
get
funny.
mad at him.
No, yeah, you can't get mad at Bard himself. You can get mad at the person playing Bard like they, are playing, I don't know, can't think of a good example. Bard players are weird. That's just all. That's my joke. Good joke, not really.
No, that is absolutely fair. There is a thing that you feel about Bard players. You can't really put your finger on it. It's true. It's absolutely true. You do see the sign in the mid lane now. The Bard now respawning, already gathering with his team around mid once again. A lot of mid lane play coming in from side to side here, especially from Bulldog Academy's side.
Yeah, again, people are focusing the mid turret so much because they're desperate for it, because it's so hard to get right now. Even in meta, even in the grand finals of MSI, we just took forever, that 20-minute mark, to get that mid turret. But it's such an important marker in opening up the map and controlling the space on the map
is.
more. But just overloading it with 2 people, it's not enough. I think you got to put not just one person in the side lane, but I think you got to overload the side lane. Really try to get pressure onto one of the side lanes so that you can at least get a little bit more of that mid turret, because it can, if anything, could be worth it just to open it up a bit more. Not a lot of teams do that, but I think if anything, in Quick, if they have a ton of control of that top side, you see how well it's warded. They just continue to have control of that top side. They can easily try to get that secondary turret, move it into the first, and then they definitely need map control, this team. So they want to get map control.
And if you're looking at the map right now, I mean, 2 towers are already down in the mid lane for Bulldog Academy. They can't capitalize on the side lanes at all. They should be the ones to be capitalizing on this massive push they got with the Herald.
Yeah, unfortunately, because they got a bit too greedy, I mean, they couldn't capitalize it as much, but classic, like Clockwork, we're just back to a good old-fashioned Baron fight.
Yep, that's a
poke
massive,
on the Braum.
massive charm on Prosper. Will he be able to walk back into the front line? Right now you have Cyan soaking up that damage, soaking up those cooldowns away from Bulldog Academy, and then a charm coming out. Mr. Tickle looking for the window of opportunity to actually jump into the back line. In the meantime, Cyan tanking nice and pretty, as he should. 5 members from 5IQ are on this bot lane, posing up against Bulldog Academy. They want to go for the Hextech Dragon, but Bulldog Academy aren't making it too easy. Change of Corruption right on top of the Scion. Watch out for the backline. You have the Spirit Rush. You have the stun on the Ahri. You have Yusa completely focused on the enemy mid laner, who's already down. That's a lot of damage being taken away from Bulldog Academy. And with the Ahri goes a Cho'Gath. But can they get something else? The Viego's getting the resets, but he got the Braum. He can't keep up with the fight unless he jumps over the wall, gets the ult, another reset, over the wall with the Aurora, trying to get the Scion. Last man standing for 5IQ. Bulldog Academy are live.
As soon as I saw that Chain of Corruption hit that Cho'Gath, I knew this was not going to go well. They absolutely overstepped on a Cho'Gath who is tanky and is going to take a while to kill. He gets this.
I mean, they did. It even got Fultry in the back.
Okay, he's dead.
Now he's absolutely dead. There's not even a fight here to go for. They take their time, but he's the last man standing. This is what 5IQ should have done.
They went too far into the enemy team's jungle because of the Ahri was in the back. They got spaced out. Believe it or not, this fight was almost ruined once again by the Bard, because the Tempered Fate on Yusa kept him alive longer when he instantly
we're not
died
done
if that
yet.
Tempered Fate wouldn't hit. I mean, yeah, they can easily take pressure here. I mean, now Bulldog are going to be feeling themselves. They, can still use the fact that they're a bit tankier now that this Viego can get some resets, try to look for a pick, go for Baron.
Chains of
not
Corruption.
again! Stop
Once
using
again.
it on Cho'Gath!
We are absolutely using it on Cho'Gath. Braum stun coming through. A lot of mixed damage on top of the Cho'Gath. They definitely want to take the feast out of the fight, but they can't really find the damage to take down that Titan in the top lane. So he's going to walk away flash wasted, but still, he's alive and he can come back because he has teleport.
Come on in quick. They used 3 ultimates. You burn the Chain of Corruption. I know you would just want to get people in the front to pick them off, but you can't use it on the Cho'Gath. Anybody else, even the Bard, who's got a ton of utility, get him out. They won't want to play a 4v5 as much. I mean, it's like the Cho'Gath just soaking up all the damage is going to give so much space for this Viego to get in on the back line. They try chasing him. This Jhin is just going to use Curtain Call and shoot people down. It's going to be really hard for them to do anything. Now they just got to wait for their ults to come back up to try to do it again.
Yep, and they're absolutely going to do it again unless Quick decide to go for the miracle play or the hero play here on the Baron Nashor. No, they have to play responsibly right now. Bulldog Academy have everything in their hands.
And they've got the momentum right now. I mean, they don't necessarily have the pushes they want. They want to get this mid push in a little bit more. Same with this bot turret. But really, if Quick just keep fighting like the way they did, it's going to be in the favor of Bulldog. I think they just have to stay patient. This Cho'Gath just has to continue to be as annoying as possible. He just has to be in the middle of these fights to give Viego as much space as possible. And one Viego reset's going to take everything.
No, absolutely. And he's soaking up so much attention. Like 5IQ cannot ignore the presence of the Cho'Gath because of Feast. If he gets into the backline, it's going to be troublesome. And Prosper can't do it alone, keeping him away from Yusa. We've already discussed the fact that Yusa needs that close quarters combat to apply his on-hit build. Unless
the
Bard does get caught off
Bard,
yet
don't
again.
throw the game. Oh, that's
no,
good.
Don't worry. Tempered Fate on himself and Mr. Tickle. They completely ignored the Bard as the Cho'Gath walks in, but they decide to go for the Viego, who might have overstepped. One more auto should be enough, but they don't have anything to find the kill on Viego and he walks away. That is so heart-wrenching.
No, oh guys, you got to stop chasing. No, they're gonna be back. You got to just go for the mid turret and try to get some dragon control. Why did you?
They're still going.
I've got
Mr.
so many
Tickle at the
questions
front
right now.
line. He's a toothpick for the Cho'Gath, and now it's up to the Aurora to try to get something out of the Cho'Gath, to try to melt down his HP, but it's too little too late. They forced the trade on 3 for 2, and they're not even in a good position to take any objectives whatsoever.
That works, I guess. I mean, I can't be super against that on the fact that they got the mid turret like I wanted, and they got 2 kills from with the Aurora. I don't actually understand why Beely didn't kill Kenyane, but I don't know. Maybe I actually have many questions there. But regardless, 2 kills on the Aurora and a shutdown on the Jhin gets her Rabadons now. Now she's going to be insanely lethal, can instantly kill this Jhin or this Ahri if she doesn't get charmed. So, a weird fight in itself, but it still goes in the way of InQuick, and we're kind of back to even gold.
We are, but I'm concerned about Faulty's build as he's going Mosquito Ahri after the Malignance going into the...
Horizon's Y Horizon.
Horizon is okay, but it doesn't give her the spikes that you want to see on an Ahri, so there's a lot. Tempered Fate on the back, they find you.
It's not great, though. It's a bit early.
No.
Where's Chain of Corruption?
No, there's Mr. Tickle going in the back line, but they're finding Artorias, who gets feasted upon and fed to the Cho'Gath, but watch out for Yusa. No feast means that he has all the space in the world to dish out damage. That's a non-hit Varus with a double kill in his hand. They don't find anyone else. They don't want to go for the Baron. They want to take mid home.
Well, 2 for 1, still pretty good. I mean, they just were clumped up on top of that Varus. I mean, the Cho'Gath and the Viego just could not get in. Aurora actually could have done more. Beely kind of put his ult in a different position. It could have been even worse in a potential Baron play for them, but still kept them out. They couldn't kill Yusa. He got 2 great kills, and even though, yes, they were low for Baron, but it's still going to let them get Dragon. But can Bulldog try to do Baron? Because they're pinging it, and they're maybe looking.
They don't have Feast. Cho'Gath's going to be up in a few seconds, and he will have Feast to go with him. And Kinai...
He's going to hold the area.
Uh-huh. No, their area is heavily warded by both sides. So they are controlling the vision as they can. You see the Bard roaming around. Yeah, Bard is super fast. He's got himself the plate. So they're trying to get a pick off of someone. But right now the Bard has to magical journey his way into the back line. Trying to keep himself safe, but he's going to be facing off against the side once again. Is it a bait? Prosphere jumps in ahead. Rupture does not land. They find the Cho'Gath once more. Yusa does have space, but he gets tempered faded. Everybody gets stunned. DPS slows down. Cho'Gath gets taken out without many casualties to the back line of 5 IQ. Can they follow up? Yes, they can. Bard's the next on the line, but he flashes out of the piercing arrow. 5 IQ find the space. Can they find the objective?
Well, just getting rid of this Cho'Gath is enough, and chunking people down, I mean, that's really all they need. They don't need to have a prolonged fight, just burn a few ultimates on this Cho'Gath, and, that was really bad spacing, unfortunately, for Bulldogs. They got him in quick in the right position. They take him out. They burned all of it. The Terminus damage is going to really help chunk the health of the Cho'Gath, and this should be a Baron, unless Bard is Bard. If Bard's Bard...
A little bit too little, too late. Plus, Prosphere did have the shield, so that's going to be a 5-man Baron for 5 IQ and a massive power play and a massive gold swing as well, because the gold's been pretty even so far.
Yeah, 2K up.
31 minutes in, that's nothing.
Yeah. And it's also just, it's one of those where it's like, is it the biggest one? But now the fact that you've got now 4 items on top of the Varus. He's got Jack Show, a great item. He has enough damage. Just get him some more sustain, get him some more speed. The Aurora's probably looking to get
Jack Show.
A 4th item. I'm trying to think of what you get on the 4th item for Aurora. I mean, I guess you could go...
Shadow Flame, obviously, I think.
Shadow Flame, yeah. I was going to say that. I mean,
get the extra crit.
Don't really need Void Staff here because there's just more health than anything else. So it's really just one.
Yeah, and Cho'Gath is being well handled by the Varus as well so far.
Yeah, despite how much armor he has, and if anything, the
and
also
you couldn't go Void Staff because you already have Bloodletter.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, so couldn't do that. No need for that. So it's probably just a Shadow Flame angle. But that, I mean, a Shadow Flame with a 4-item Aurora. I mean, if she just gets one ultimate off in the right position, it's good. But did she get caught out?
Why is she being kited? Alfie
Whoa,
flashes in
whoa,
to
no,
the
that's
queue
the
for the
wall.
shutdown. Didn't even get to do any damage whatsoever. 4 members from Bulldog Academy chase down Beely, but this opens up so much space for 5IQ to crack open the top lane inhibitor.
Well, they get a little bit more from that, but I mean, that's not the best shutdown. I mean, that's a very heavy shutdown from the Aurora onto the Viego. He's going to be able to buy another item just to be a little bit more damage heavy, especially when he's going pretty much an ADC style build. But it's a 4v5. Can they re-engage?
Temperance Fate lands in the back line. Both Yusa and Artorias do get locked down, but Kachi is caught off in the Rampage. Unstoppable Onslaught down to the back line. DDD might be in trouble as the Q smashes him down, knocks him up. Cleanse coming in a little bit too late, but the attention shifts over to the Cho'Gath. It is a Titan. It is a massive tree being cut down, and he is down finally. Yusa on a Rampage. Nobody can touch the Varus. He is way too solid right now to be taken out.
They might be able to end this game here, and this kind of proves that the Bard's tacticianness, tactility, ignore the words, I'm an American. He has not really, he's not really had the best strategy here going in. Unfortunately, building Leandry is not going for something a little bit more supportive, and unfortunately, that's not going to help. I'm sorry, Bard. I ragged on you a lot, but it's going to cause Int Quick to win this game.
Yep, and they just do it. The Nexus is wide open. They don't even care for the final few kills. 5IQ managed to pull out a massive victory, focusing down the Cho'Gath from minute 1 against your calls, against your wishes. 5IQ, though, the desk called it. They got the win. Was it deserved?
Somewhat. I think them just kind of sitting on the Cho'Gath ended up being okay because they were just able to push people out either with the Aurora or with Braum himself. So it made it really hard to go in. And as long as they just kept that Varus going, I mean, Terminus was just going to start chunking him over and over and over again. And they couldn't really do a lot without the Cho'Gath because, like I said, they didn't really have a front line. Bard didn't help in any regard, especially when he was kind of using really bad tempered fates. So they just kind of kept cool, just made sure to get, the 1 or 2 kills they needed, take their advantages, and even with
I think I stopped hearing you for a second there, Frisky. I think your mic died. Oh no! Oh no, it's dead! We have a silent Frisky coming through! Ah, man, I was enjoying listening to you for the whole time. Darn it. I believe what you wanted to say. Oh! Oh, Lord! He got win. That is absolutely true. And ultimately, it is 5IQ who remain on top of the leaderboard. 4-1 on the score. Bulldogs, they fought well, but ultimately got taken down. I believe we are somewhat ready to toss over to Death so they can break down how Dubby was wrong about the Bulldog Academy. So we're going to leave it to Temporal.
Like, I can't see.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm sure your voice will work out in time. Frisky, don't worry about it, bud. Dubby,
Dubby.
that's right. AC's called you out.
If I can't see the game, they didn't lose. They haven't lost because I can't see anything, okay? If I just close my eyes and pretend, maybe I could just imagine they're still here.
You've got to pray.
Okay?
You have to pray. Sorry.
Unfortunately, no quantum results here on the Four Nations. That is Bulldog Academy. Unfortunately, losing out. I think a fiercer early game than I expected. With both sides just like farming huge amount of gold and spending a lot of time with grey screens.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Beely getting the double kill early. That's exactly what you want to see for Int Quick. But I think you have to give it to Bulldog. They put in a great early game. Just couldn't finish it off, unfortunately. Yusa was just in the back lines, constantly poking damage in. Yeah. It just happens, doesn't it? You get the ADC in a good position, especially with hard engage. There's nothing you can really take out that, can you?
No, not at all. Not at all. Dubby, it's alright. They don't have to win every game. Look at how far they've come from last split. They'll be okay.
I mean, yeah, they're actually winning games this split. So all things considered, they're doing infinitely better because they have more than 0 wins, right? So in that sense,
Silver
the Bulldogs
linings.
keep it going. Yeah, exactly. They're probably still chuffed about how long this game went and
inside the third week right now, Quino. So what kind of a weight does that give to the multiple teams and players we're about to see this evening?
My mindset with this is I want to see something that we've not seen before, because the way it's working so far is everyone's winning in their way they do it. Whereas I think we need something crazy to set someone apart from the rest. Because last time we had Inquick dominating the entire league, but this time I feel like everyone's at the same level and everyone's competing quite evenly. So I want to see something that sets one team apart for me. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it sounds like you want to shake some things up, right,
Yeah.
Watson?
Absolutely. I mean, you're saying everybody's competing relatively evenly. That is true, other than the Bandits, who currently suck real bad. We obviously watched them lose earlier today, and that really is rough for them. They're going to need to pick up wins because, as you're right, we're in week 3, day 1, and because of the way that this is working out for us, you've got 9 games. That's it. There is a very, very short window here for you to actually be able to pick up your wins. And these teams that have not picked up a ton of wins, these teams that you're seeing here closer to the bottom, the Bandits, Venom Crest, Paragon, they're going to really need to start picking up their wins very, very soon. Obviously, last week we did see a couple of those winless teams pick up a win. Paragon was able to grab theirs, which was great for them. But yeah, these bottom of the table teams, they're really going to need to start stepping up right now because they are rapidly running out of games.
Exactly. And since you only got 9 games and we only have a few minutes left, let's go towards Paragon versus Venom Crest. Both of these teams are in the exact same point in standings. They have a 1 win, 3 losses right now. And that actually means, Quino, that this might be the game that you maybe need to pop off. If you want to shake up things inside the standings, this feels like the day to maybe make the difference. Because you need a way in, you need a way back. The door's not closed all the way, but damn, you're about to get close right now. So what do you feel like for Paragon is something that could be strong for them to maybe get them their win today?
I'm not sure. I feel like looking at what Paragon like to do.
Yeah, get out of my swamp. They'll be strong inside the river and in the jungle. That has to be it.
Yeah, maybe this is the thing. They're going to play around objectives because they're looking like scuttles. That's the vibe we're going for. But maybe they're trying to alienate themselves from the rest of the teams and try something cool. That's what I'm hoping this means. But when I'm looking at Paragon's they're like favorite people to play, I don't think we've seen much of it because they have quite unique ones. Like you have Anomaly on that Smolder, and I want to see the Janna. If you're saying Janna's your favorite, it counters everything that we've seen. Like the Alistair, the Braum. I want to see it.
Exactly. I like you, Quino. You just want to shake up things all the way throughout the entire broadcast. Yep. And given the fact we just saw some pictures and they rated Area 51 for the roster, I mean, we might see some very interesting picks coming in. Given the time we only have, let's switch over to Venom Crest. Bloxer, for you, the same exact question. For Venom Crest, what do you feel like could be something that provide them their win today?
I mean, Venom Crest, they've been in such an odd place this time around where nothing is working out for them. They're trying to play very heavily around a more split push based composition with Refresh trying to play things that are a lot more aggressive, but it just hasn't been working for them across the entire board. I need something a little bit more aggressive out of Phrase, see him be able to take over the Rift a little bit more, the Xin Zhaos, the Wukongs perhaps, these kind of champions, maybe even the Pantheon. And then for the bot lane, Chrisberg, Matthew, they haven't really been able to find success on these super late game champions, which is unfortunate for them because that's really where the meta's been going. I think either they're just going to have to get better at those champions, you need to be able to play things, especially into Paragon, who love these late game pickups of the Smolder. You need to be able to play well on the Sivir, on the Senna, or screw it, we're not good at this, let's change it up entirely. Draven, Kai'Sa, something really aggressive early on, take over the bot lane and make it work that way around.
And I can already see Quino smiling if that's about to happen. We need to head over towards the predictions. Before you throw in your predictions, maybe it's good to notice that some of the players from Venom Crest are dressed up as Man in Black, and Paragon got alien players, so who knows what's about to happen. Quino, what do you feel like is going to happen in the very first game?
I think
we're all Paragon.
We've all gone for Paragon, and I feel like
boring.
Yeah, I know there's no real bias on the desk, but I feel like it's going to be good for them because, like they said, we've seen them. They have the more unique approach. I feel they're the team who I can trust to try something different. And judging by the way, we've seen everything, we've seen them playing. I think they're going to do it. It's a very even game, though. They're both in that same position. It's just which one's going to outweigh the other, and I guess we all agree it's Paragon.
All right, so Paragon will get the win. Bloxer?
Crazy. I'm genuinely shocked to see this many Paragons because when I said, Screw it, give me Paragon. I can defend them. They won last week, maybe there's a chance. I was also not going to be surprised this split if Paragon lost every single game and went winless. This roster really is surprising, but they looked so much better last week. All of a sudden, they were able to step up in ways that we just hadn't seen from them previously, and the fact that they were actually able to take out what is a struggling but okay team in Bulldog was really impressive from them. I think specifically what is exciting me about them is the fact that they have been able to play better around Anomaly. They love giving him the smolder, love getting him into the late game. Him and Bernie, those are the main carries here for Paragon.
But speaking of the picks we're about to see, so the pick and ban phase just initiated for this game, but Bloxer, to bring it back one more time towards you, you told me that Phrase might be the player that needs to step up. Do you feel like a Maokai could be a champion? If you look towards Phrase, could be the pick that maybe enables the team, because Maokai traditionally is not really that type of a carry, right?
No, I really don't think it is, and it's unfortunate. I mean, Phrase, he does like to support his laners. That's always been his playstyle. That's how they were able to win last split. Venom Crest, they know how to play this roster. The thing is, especially into Bernie, who's an incredibly aggressive player and already has himself that trundle that he won on last week locked in, that's really risky, and right now, Paragon, they're getting everything that they want. These are their favorite couple of champions to play. This is the exact same couple of champions they picked up the win on last week as well. And so as Venom Crest, you are kind of giving them everything that they want right now. You really need to throw them off kilter, I think, because as much as Paragon haven't been the best squad, as we saw previously, right, they can do it. They can pull it back.
Yep. Bueno, I see you're slightly smiling, still not shaken up enough in the What are you looking at?
I'm just excited to see Bernie on Trundle again. We saw them play last time, getting the player of the game, and it was just a beautiful performance.
Yeah.
So, I'm excited that I get to be here to witness that firsthand.
Nice. I can imagine, because Trundle has been one of the priority picks for, I believe, at least a month right now, it feels like. Trundle with immense power, exactly in the skirmish as well. So the first 6 picks have come true. Bloxer, first initial thoughts about the champions we're about to see?
Yeah, I mean, right now, as Venom Crest, now that you've got yourself that Lucian, you're putting a lot of pressure on Paragon to ban away the Nami. That's still the strongest pairing that he's got at the moment, but you don't just have to play towards that. The Braum, also nice. The Milio, the Lulu, also in a really strong spot. I feel like people are kind of sleeping on how strong the Lulu can be at the moment, but I do like the Lucian, whatever it ends up paired with, because it can put a lot of pressure right here onto Anomaly with this Smolder. The Smolder just wants to chill out during the early laning phase. The thing is, for Paragon, they've gone towards the Ahri this time around. In the previous matchup with relatively similar composition, they had themselves something tankier in the mid lane. They'd gone towards the Galio. Now with the Ahri, that's a little bit less protection right here for Bernie, so it's going to be interesting what Mada decides to go to, because it was a Camille last time. I think now you're going to be forced onto something a little bit tankier right here, and obviously we've seen the Cho'Gath and the Scion just a million times so far in the meta. I wonder if one of those two champions are on their radar.
Yeah, exactly. Also, I feel like for Venom Crest, there's a couple of very strong support picks. I feel like the Braum could be really strong. So the Nami is expected, of course, but Braum to me feels like a very strong pick against the Smolder and the Ahri, of course, to make sure you block some of those projectiles, maybe late game. Also the on-hit effects that you can proc really fastly. Quino, the final ban will come true. What do you feel like could be the one?
See, it happens.
Oh,
as I was
there we
about to
go.
say,
Yeah.
the Braum's going to get banned. I feel like
Yeah.
that was the obvious choice, because, Nami and Braum work so with that Lucian, especially because they're seeming a little bit squishy, just like Bloxer said, on the side of Paragon. So I'm worried that maybe not having a support that's tanky as well on the side of Paragon, well, obviously we haven't seen it yet, but when we do see it, we've seen them play. I want... It can't be the Janna. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. It's upsetting.
Unfortunately, man. Yeah, we will all be crying in backstage about this one. There's no Janna. There's something with a bit less tornadoes, but still have some engage. It's Leona. That will be the one who will round up the composition on the bot lane, on the bot side half of the field. But for Venom Crest, that means there's 2 possible answers right here for the Paragon, the team we all predicted that was supposed to win. Black Bloxer. What could be that thing you want to see from them?
I mean, you're going to need something big and tanky up in the top side of the map, as we've been talking about, right? We've already mentioned a couple of the big champions. I wonder if Mada also wants to go towards something a little bit more aggressive too. We have seen him really enjoy things like the Camille. I don't think this is the game for it, but a bit of a midway point, something like the Aatrox could potentially be interesting, although that's a bit of a refresh pickup. And I'm also very interested in what refresh is going to pick into, because you're getting that counter pick over, and refresh is a big carry player. We've seen him more on these split push based champions. He's been going very heavily heavily into trying to just take over games for the team, it hasn't necessarily been working. And I don't know that you necessarily need too much extra damage for Venom Crest right here. You've got yourself the Lucian and the Azir already. They should be fine. Alright, that works as well as another potential just midway point. The Renekton, it gives you that extra front line that you need. It works well as a dive buddy into the back line alongside the Alistar or the Trundle. See if this one is just going to be locked in. I reckon it will be.
We still have to wait a couple of seconds. Of course, we always get baited by the hovers, right? That's something that's always a big discussion for analysts on the desk. But still, for the Renekton, there might be some issues if I look towards late game, because you need to engage on an Azir, on a Malphite. So it feels hard for them to eventually reach the team. Or you want to maybe forever, permanently get Renekton in one of those side lanes to push. There's the final answer. Jax is being locked in. Quino, how do we feel? Are things shaken up enough for you to get a smile?
Now I'm looking at Venom Crest. I feel like they're the strongest composition, which I'm excited for. We saw how well Matthew plays on those engaged supports, and even though it's not Alistar like we saw, maybe the Leona might add that little bit of spice, and they have that engage. Whereas on the side of Paragon, I don't see them having as much.
You agree, Bloxer?
Yeah, I think Paragon, they've got a few of their favourite pieces right here, but it doesn't feel like it's come together as a whole quite as well as their composition did last time they were able to pick up a win. And this is a very Venom Crest-based composition. They're playing heavily through Christenberg, who's a really good ADC for them, and they're playing more around the early game style, which is exactly what we were hoping to see. I think Galul also going to have a perfectly fine time right here on this Azir. The only worry for me is that you can potentially be quite squishy depending on how the early game goes, right? If it all goes well and you're in a great spot, your Leona, your Jax, your Maokai, that's a perfectly reasonable front line. If things begin to go wrong, they can be quite squishy, and even then, if you do get quite tanky, obviously that then helps Bernie over here on the Trundle, so it's going to be interesting. I think, once again, it's going to be a lot right here on Bernie to get things going early for Paragon, and then it's going to be on Phrase to just chill out, because I think your composition is just going to have a smoother time throughout the entirety of the game. Obviously, don't want to go super late game. At the point at which the anomaly actually gets online, that's scary.
Exactly. It feels to me like both teams have late game insurance policies, because it's Azir and Smolder. Of course, Smolder can still stack infinitely. That will be really good. But it feels like if both of those champions either can play relatively well, then eventually you can always have a strong fight. Because how long can the front lane how long can the front line survive if you're not able to scale well enough to maybe tank it up? Are we still feeling confident about our predictions, Quino?
I'm going to lie on the fence with this one. I'm actually very 50-50. Because I feel like the way this game is going to come down to, in my eyes right now, is who's going to babysit the bot lane the most. Because I feel like that's your win con. You've both got those late game vibes. I'm still rooting for Paragon. I prefer their comp, I prefer their vibe. But Venom Crest, it's both. I can't pick a side there.
Bloxer? Maybe you know what's...
it's
you're going to have the same
scary.
story?
No. I'm going to pick a side right here. I just think that Venom Crest have got themselves a better look right here. And when Paragon picked up a win, it was because Anomaly got a bunch of kills early. Bernie was able to pop off. But even then, Anomaly was still kind of lacking behind in terms of just actually hitting stacks. And that was with a lot of advantages given over to him early. In a matchup right here between Christenberg and Matthew, where they've got themselves a very aggressive early bot lane with the Leona and that Lucian, I think they're going to be in a much stronger spot. I think it is going to be a Venom Crest win.
Let's see if we can make Quino a little bit happy. Well, we want to shake up some things. And this pick and ban has done it slightly, but not enough to make him smile that broad. Let's see what will happen in the the third game of this broadcast. Quino and Bloxer, thank you so much to help us along to maybe get some insights of the upcoming game. To throw things over, we got two casters ready. It's Evie and Harold Hamman standing by to throw it over to Summoner's Rift.
Thanks so very much, Bo. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Four Nations for another evening of games. For your second shift, it is me, Harold. Hello, we're back. Joining me today is Avi on the play-by-play side. Avi, yeah, yeah. How are we doing? How are we doing?
I've just been informed that I've been muted. I've been talking this whole time. Happens. Oh, gosh. No, my brain's fried. I've just come off the desk. I've been sorted. No, it's fine. You can clip Twitch out. You can clip that. You can do whatever you want with it. No, I'm feeling good. Just come off the host desk. But Feeling good, covering for one of our casters who's not feeling quite as well today. So, but
Well-
no, feeling good. Hopefully, we'll have some fantastic games coming up for you.
Yeah, we're covering, two teams that are on different trajectories, even though they have the same score right now. It's Venom Crest and Paragon, or Paraglor, I guess I should say.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, but the Venom Crest coming off, of course, the two-time title, Winter and Spring. A lot of the roster has changed. 2 pieces, I believe, have remained from last split in Prisberg and Phrase.
Yeah, 2 strong
And-
pieces, but it just feels like at the moment they can't make anything of it. That's kind of the problem they're having. I mean, hopefully we'll be seeing some more positive news. They're looking a little bit stronger at the moment, but we'll have to see, really, won't we?
Yeah, from what I've seen, Venom Crest at the moment are a little bit under the water. They're missing some air. They're trying to get their breath in, and but something's missing. But
Definitely.
And on the other side, Paragon roster coming up. Of course, they're playing into the bit now. They're Team Glorpcat from Div 2 moving up
absolutely.
to Division 1. A team that we had 0 to no expectations for. And they're sitting
putting
at
in
1
good
and 3.
work.
They've had good showings. Who knows what's going to happen, moving forward. If this team avoids going through the relegation process, I believe that is already a win for them. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally on Summoner's Rift for the 3rd game of the evening. It's Paragon on the blue side and Venom Crest on the red side. And I was looking at these compositions as we were watching the draft and getting into our situation. Well, I really like Paragon's comp, as we see a little invade coming through from the side of Venom Crest, just for some vision, I would assume.
Yeah, keeping an eye on things, but I do like this from them. It feels safe, but risky at the same time. There's a lot to like. Gives them options to look for some of these early plays as well. Possibly a little bit scary into the late game.
Yeah, I mean, in the late game, you have that one insurance that is the Smolder going into the late game, but on the other side, you're going to have better side lane pressure because you have Jax Azir. You're going to have probably better teamfight setup because you have a Maokai. The question is, can Bernie just put so much pressure on this Maokai in the early game to make it so that the timer doesn't hit? It just delays the timer for the entirety of Paragon for the entirety of Venom Crest to just be able to win through raw early and mid game power with this composition, or to just coast enough with the Smolder.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult. I mean, obviously you do have that Trundle, which you can never doubt that play, can you? But obviously it is about getting this Smolder into late, getting this Ahri into late. This Renekton's can help out early, won't be as good potentially coming into the later games, but I'm on the side of Paragon here. I'm liking what I'm seeing, but Venom, they are a lot of pressure here, especially with how aggressive they have been known to play.
Oh,
A little bit of a pause. Doesn't matter though, but just going to keep things traded out for now. Want to keep themselves in a good position. Stussy actually, Mad is the one to get to level 2 first, almost a full all in onto refresh, not able to get anything just yet, and back off, nice and safe. That's good early chip as well, taking advantage of these early levels, really trying to leverage some pressure here.
Yeah, as the pause after the pause hits.
How it happens,
Jax
doesn't it?
Renekton is one of those matchups I feel like I've played 1,000 times, and every time I'm not really sure how the lane should go. I've played both sides so many a times.
It's a difficult one,
it's
isn't it?
Sometimes it's like, okay, I'm having early pressure as Jax because early Jax levels are really good, and then Renekton with 6 turns the lane. As we see here, a little bit of the refresh, going for a bit of a trade, using that counter-strike to just deny the damage, but the dice comes through with the armor shred to just poke a little bit more.
Yeah, I think Mad is in a really strong position here. Obviously, I mean, what can't Jax do at this point? But even then, Jax tries to all in, and then a Renekton can just dash out. It's going to be difficult for Refresh to make something of this if you don't get the timing right on these leaps, but it's just equal for now. You have to try and take what you can. That's exactly what we're seeing for now. Want to keep themselves safe, keep themselves in a solid position. You have to try and make something, though. Not necessarily early, but get yourselves an advantage.
Yeah, as you know, the Jax trading pattern into this lane is very much leap, auto, W auto reset, get out with the E by avoiding the stun. It's very annoying trading pattern. Abuse it as long as you can if you know the matchup. But and with Renekton, as soon as he gets at level 6, the kill threat is almost always there. It's been since the inception of League. Renekton level 6 is always one of those spikes that are like, okay, we have a winning top side as soon as we have level 6 on the Renekton. As you see here, Bernie,
exactly.
28 CS moving into the enemy jungle.
Yeah,
We'll
actually,
probably
see
find nothing.
him pathing towards that top side, does have the opportunity for a potential dive, but Wave's not really in any state to do that. Mud has not quite got the control for that, but that does keep Refresh safe for now. You can see a little bit of a hover, but I mean, it's best to keep safe, isn't it? Can't really afford any of these risky dives early on.
Yeah, I don't think diving as a double auto attacker, diving at Jax.
Not particularly a good shout.
No, probably not the brightest idea. But as we see here, a little bit of a farming discrepancies are starting to appear in the lanes. Chrisberg kind of putting his foot down in this bot lane. 10 CS down on the side of Anomaly. The Smolder does need to scale. It needs time to scale, but bot lane on the side of Venomcrest are doing a good job by just trying to zone away the little dragon from as much farm as possible, and
really
just putting
nice.
the pressure down.
No, you can see there's a lot there of just advanced pressure you're getting with that Leona. Just being able to walk forwards, keep the Smolder Alistair away. That's getting so much value for Chrisberg here, getting the CS lead early. Obviously, Lucian's not going to do as much later game compared to a Smolder, not much can, but I mean, taking what you can as Smolder, that's all you can do. You can't expect massive early leads with this champ, but it's difficult to get this early. It doesn't even matter though, because we see on the top side, Refresh just managed to find a solo kill, despite the fact Bernie's there as well. What happened?
That is Jax's power window being used to the maximum. Level 5 to level 5. Jax should just win the heads up. He has a Sheen available. The Renekton only had a double longsword. Yeah. Yes, you have a lot of AD. You have the Conquer. Jax just wins because he stat checks you. Oh,
hello.
Almost Great Pillar. Flash forwards out of Galul. Okay. Oh!
We're seeing picks off camera. What is happening today? It seems like picks happening all over the place.
In the meantime, in the bot lane.
That's huge. Chrisberg managed to get on the board. That's exactly what you want for Venomcrest. Lucian already going to be able to struggle that little bit coming into the late game, but getting an early kill, now you can press these advantages. You have that extra gold on your bot lane. You can make some more aggressive plays into this Smolder. Possibly try and set that little dragon back even further.
Yeah, probably working towards that Essence River to just be able to sustain through the laning phase with as much as aggression as possible, as we see here. Now Refresh has the control of the lane. This Renekton is really being made into boots right now. As we see here, Chrisberg in the 1v2, Fearless still walks forward because Crumble has used the full combo. Lucian has a lot of power right now.
Absolutely. I mean, you can never doubt the Lucian, can you? It's always a threat, but you see, Sprumble going in, I liked it, but yeah, you have to think, was it really necessary? You nearly found that knock-up stun, but there's still no pressure early from this Smolder. You got that little bit of damage, you will be able to find picks, but nowhere near as many as you want. It's just going to be able to get an easy Drake pickup for Phrase, because you see Bernie on the other side of the map, there's no pressure. What can Paragon do here? They can't take an advantage here when all their lanes are really shoved.
Yeah, Bernie not really finding the pressure in the solo game. The Trundle really strong in the heads up 1v1.
Yeah, come down though, doesn't matter. See Sprumble flash over the wall, pops that Malkayot looking for more. Not able to find it just yet. Phrase 1 HP, but Bernie stunned up. Does find that charm though. Zig finding that pick onto Matteo. And just about flashing over the wall. Chrisberg does not matter because Bernie's going to be able to answer back. And Zig finds a second kill for Paragon early. Getting that first feat of warfare. That's huge for Paragon. Getting an early pick there. And Zig 2-0 at 7 minutes. That's exactly what you need for this Ahri. And Gular's nowhere to be found.
And as soon as I start to doubt the man, immediately he finds the fight, he finds the window to take the engage, uses the subjugate onto the Aftershock Leona with Eclipse running, so that is a tanky Trundle, and he just gets to run over the fight. You know, Maokai right now, Fated Ashes, he's not a tank really, he has the phase rush, he is more of that engage poke bot right now, and he's not really valuable as the Trundle is in these fights for the side of Venomcrest. As we see here, the grubs are going to start to go down. Even so, with the fight going on the side of Paragon, Venomcrest have this early pressure on objectives, but now Sprumble is here to try and deny Phrase and exit.
Yeah, it does have that engage, but there's no follow-up, is there?
I mean, Bernie could just run at him menacingly.
Seems to be
That's what he
working,
does,
forces
yeah.
the pressure away.
Phrase has to back off as we see Madam moves down to get a little bit of an assist, stacking that, would assume legend alacrity. Getting a few stacks running into that
yeah.
moon as well. But
It's a good
yeah.
position, though. I mean, the fact that you can just afford to walk straight at a Maokai. I mean, what can you say? That's exactly what you want to see, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the fact about the Trundle in this composition in this matchup is you have the early power to just say, I am going to walk in your face. You either have two teammates to help or I will win.
Oh,
As
hello.
we see here, a little bit of a scrummage
Yeah,
in the bot side.
knockback stun, but Chrisberg actually popping that culling. Finds that pick off, wasn't sure I was going to find that pick. You see Matthew, perfectly timed hook, perfectly timed stun. Bit of a buffer on that knock-up as well. That's really smart play from the Leona. Puts Chrisberg into position to pick up the second, setting the Smolder even further behind.
And with the culling, the cow ends up going to the slaughter. I had to think a little bit about that one, but
I liked it.
but getting some farmland, jokes in. But as we see here,
Absolutely.
Refresh having so much pressure in this top side, this
Yeah, look
Jax
at that,
is just
30 CS up
ahead.
nearly.
Manners
Manners going
might
all
have
in
a
though,
window
finds that
here.
stun, pops the ult, looking for more, countered out with Jax's own ult. Has to back away, knows he don't win that 1v1. Doesn't matter because on the mid lane, no. Kulal's just managed to survive a 2v1 with that ult, just about managing to get away. But this is the pressure that Bernie's Trundle brings. You can afford to just walk at people, and that threat alone is scary enough to force people to back away.
That is Subjugate and Spirit Rush used in exchange for, the Emperor's Divide. But at the moment, Venom Crest have a slight advantage, mostly because of Refresh and Chrisberg's work. I don't know if it's enough, but as we see here, Phrase might have a window to try and gank in the mid lane, but Zig is just playing super
hello.
respectfully.
What's happening topside? Fresh,
Renekton
almost
level
1
6,
HP.
baby. Renekton got
Oh,
level
God.
6, he had the Fury. Oh,
Although bot side do see that Leona ult pop straight onto that. Alistair doesn't find anything though, but so much pressure from the culling. Bernino falls. We see a TP coming in from Zig looking for an engage. On top side, Mada finds Refresh. But Venom just going to opt to back away for now. No, they can't really win this. Although trying to keep a little bit of pressure for now. Want to keep Paragon as far back as they can. A little bit of poke going to come through, but this does force a lot of positioning for the side of Venom Crest. Keeps them in a nice, safe spot. But look at that. Chris, again, finding that third kill already. Put himself in an insane position. Chrisberg on an absolute roll today.
well, in the pre-season pre-show that we had, I did say that the win condition for this roster was very much and will always almost forever be Chrisberg. And he's living up to the potential. Already has the
I'd
Essence
say.
River completed, the Zeal in the back pocket probably going into an Avori Quick Blades. I do hope he builds LDR third, because that is the best item you could build for on Lucian. But as we see here, Bernie in the mid lane forcing the EQ coming through.
Yeah, not quite able
Zig?
to find that either. You could see Ari looking for the charm. Although, Fresh looking for the tower actually might be able to find it. Not quite. You can see the pressure. They have to play aggressive here if you are Venom, because you cannot afford to let Paragon come into the late game. Mada's looking
Mada?
for the play. Pops the ult, trying to dive on in, but does not have the speed. Has the boots, but doesn't have the full engage. Does he? Difficult spot, but you see, you like the aggression. This is how you have to play. Counter the aggression with more aggression. But now, this has given Venom the opportunity. Perfect timing to get that second Drake. So we'll be seeing a Mountain Soul coming up.
I mean, you're playing with aggression and aggression where you're trying to find picks, but at the end of the day, it's been Venom Crest that have had priority on all of these objectives. You're burning ultimates, you're burning cooldowns to try and get priority to get access to these objectives, and somehow Venom Crest are always first. And this is
Yeah,
the power currently
it's a bit
of
awkward,
of
isn't it?
Chrisberg.
Yeah, I like
This-
the aggression. It makes sense in this situation. You have to try and answer this. But Aragon, they cannot find the space. They cannot find the timing. Yes, they're playing aggressive, but the timing's not fully there, is it?
Yeah, it feels like they're trying to find the tempo to just try and contest an objective. Mars is doing really well to try and counteract the pressure that Refresh was able to generate on the top side, but now there's a major item discrepancy in the top lane as the Trinity Force is completed for the Jax. And I don't know, honestly, if you're ever going to be in a position where you're going to have priority on an objective. Once these Venom Crest lanes start rolling, priority is the main thing they can generate. Lucian has been in the meta in the Pro League of Legends for so long because of the amount of pressure and priority he can generate in mid lane. Azir, a staple, because he has safety, he can wave clear from long range, and he can poke you down from long range and just get priority in the lane.
Yeah,
Same thing for Jax.
There's just no timing. Looking for a little bit of a dive though. Refresh able to find it. So Trundle pops the ult, pops the subjugate looking, but Zig is there as well. Finds that charm onto Refresh's Jax. And the Maokai twisted advance doesn't mean anything. Easy pick-off. They found that timing, because look at that. They play aggressive into the aggression, and Zig finds that perfect opportunity for a roam up top side. Really smart plays, actually. The coordination to be able to bring that RE top side. That's what you want to be able to see from Paragon if they want to try and win this one out.
At the same time, that's tier 1 going down in the top lane. The Refresh had been working on it all lane long, and he's just able to get the turret. He almost gets out. He forces 2 ultimates to be used and a roam from the mid laner to get him locked down.
That's the threat Jax can bring, though, isn't it?
It is the threat that Jax can bring. It is also the reason that we're not seeing a major gold lead develop, because Paragon are punching back, but Venom Crest are able to just control the map so much better at this moment. They just have so much control over the lanes that they're able to have first move on major objectives, and they're just able, if you bring the collapse somewhere, we're going to put pressure elsewhere. And as you see right now, there's a 300 gold lead. Bernie is going to start this Rift Herald. So that's going to be another objective going to the back pocket of Paragon. Paragon only need one more objective on top of this Rift Herald to get the feats. Same thing goes for Venom Crest. One more objective and they will get feats as they have gotten first turret. You see here, Chrisberg demolishing turrets as he goes. This gunslinger does a hell of a lot more than just, shoot bandits.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want. Do you see that subjugate popped onto Refresh, but there's no opportunity. They could not find that engage timing. And it's just a wasted ult. Refresh able to get out. Does actually advance straight into the enemy jungle though. Not quite sure what's happening over that way, but normally actually bit of an awkward spot. We see Phrase looking potentially for a twisted advance. We're going to pop that, looking for a pick-off. Not able to find that route. And that's just going to force Venom Crest to back out. I say that though, but Zig straight on into the back lines. Finds the charm, doesn't quite get the pick onto Chrisberg. But Matthew, out of position, caught out. And that's an easy pick-off. Cleaned up. Madder though, finds that stun onto Chrisberg. Doesn't matter because Frey's there to back away. But again, Bernie is there to find that trade. And there is just answers for everything though. Sprumble desperately trying to get out, but Frey's doing so much work here. We'll be able to escape, but this whole time, look at that Refresh on that top side. Perfect split push. That's going to get him another turret. This Jax is insane right now, just taking turrets like he has no business doing.
Yeah, not really sturdy construction coming through from the side of Paragon. Venom Crest demolishing turrets in the meantime. Paragon are demolishing the skirmish. But it's so counterproductive. You're committing so many members in this bot lane skirmish trying to punish Chrisberg overextending. The one member that almost survives is Chrisberg. So many summoners were forced to try and pick off this Lucian. There was a move forced on the side of the Renekton to try and get down to the fight. And Venom Crest still have a gold lead.
Yeah, it almost feels like there was just nothing. You can see the play they tried to make, but even then they just didn't have the execution. Venom Crest had everything they needed to disengage. I say that though, on the fight, huge knock up onto 2 as they're looking for more. Smolder going to get popped, looking straight onto Refresh, trying to find that damage to pay off with the Smolder. Counterback going to come out. Zig finds that pick off, but the Azir's right there doing so much damage. Chrisberg able to find that pick off onto Sprumble's Alistair. And with that, they have to back away. Paragon have to respect this. But Zig's looking for a play here, actually. Potentially looking for a little bit of a steal. Doesn't have that ult anymore to dash over. This might be the opportunity to back away. I say that though, the twisted advance play with that Azir ulti finds that pick off onto the Ahri. And look at this, Chrisberg just going straight on in, looking for Mada, can't quite find it. As Anomaly has to back away. Matthew, though, actually out of position now. Gets caught out by the advance on Bernie's Trundle. That's a huge pick, actually, managing to get them in a really solid position after what was a little bit shaky in that earlier fight.
As feats get completed for the side of Venom Crest. Now Paragon have their time on the map to try and find something. Anomaly and Bernie pushing down this mid lane, but going back to the fight, it was so many little moments, it felt like Chrisberg wasn't dealing any damage, and then he did damage, and then he wasn't, and then Matthew's out of position, and now Galul is dead.
Yeah, I blinked for half a second, and then we just see Galul's dead on bot. What happened?
He gets the turret, but he ends up going down. Another shutdown being fed into this Renekton. And Renekton, as much as he goes down a little, he goes down in lane in this matchup. He is 2-1-4. He's probably going to complete that Black Cleaver very, very soon.
Oh,
and
most
he's
likely.
Still going to be a threat in these mid-game fights.
Oh, look
As
at
we
this.
see here-
Advance going to come through. Looking for a slow onto Chris. Can't quite pick it up. I like this aggression. They have to try and make these plays happen. But there's no real engage from the side of Paragon, is there? They have a little bit with that slow and knock from that Trundle, but that's really all you've got. It's not really the players... And Anomaly actually pops the Smolder out to clear wave. Not quite what you expect to see, but I don't hate it at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a bit of a lull right now, but the major... Okay. Why is there another tunneler in the inventory of the Smolder?
I have seen a lot of Smolders opting for Sterix. Now, I don't hate it, but it's also a Sterix gauge second. I feel like you're opting a little bit too tanky. Yeah, you're getting a lot of damage from the Smolder passive, but are you getting enough? That's the question here. Almost up to that execute range, so not too far off. A little bit more CSing needed at 20, but not doing too badly, I'd say. It's a weird one. I'm not sure, actually.
I will reserve judgment until further
Yeah, you can,
this research.
We can keep that one quiet for now. Elsewhere on the map, though,
I mean,
just seems pretty standard, though, no?
Yeah, it's the double mask item coming through from the Maokai, you know, that Leandri's Bloodletter's Curse, really setting up Galul to deal most of the damage. Galul going for the Leandris himself. You know, the burn now that it isn't bugged anymore and it doesn't stack if you have two, it's really good to even go for a double burn item, but, you know...
Oh, yeah.
Main man for Venom Crest has been Chrisberg. So very, very close, I would say, to completing the Infinity Edge.
Looks close, I mean... Probably, 900 gold off at this rate, so not the worst. Could very easily pick it up with a good fight.
I don't know. I've been talking with a friend of mine who is a 500-600 LP Lucian main, and IE should be your last item on Lucian, your last crit item.
Really?
You should be as we.
Hang on.
Never mind.
You're just talking about Chris Matters going straight on top. Has to flash away though. Frey is perfect timing, but the twisted advance finding two. Can't quite get the stun off with that Jax forced out of position. As Bernie's actually the only one left in the fight. Gets rooted up and off to the side. We see Matthew's actually the one to pick off Mada. Refresh finding Bernie off to the side, and Galul putting in so much work with Chrisberg. So much damage from these two carries, and now Venom Crest. They have all of this control over jungle. Easy position for an Atakan push here.
I mean, in my opinion, the hero of the fight is Phrase. Phrase finds the grasping, the nature's advance onto, just finds the stuns, keeps putting down the saplings to find the slows, and this Maokai hurts. It's a full AP Maokai so far, and he's just able to set up so much damage coming through. Sprumble saves his entire team from a counter-striking Jax with a headbutt, but it's not enough.
No.
Because Galul finds the window on the backline together with Matthew, and the fight is just over. It's a 3-0. It's the Atakan going over the side of Venom Crest. And now there's a 4k gold lead on the side of Venom Crest. We've been talking about this gold lead being so even, being 200-300 gold difference. And now there's 3 items on Chrisberg, which if we don't fight, I will get to my explanation. But oh, okay, no, it's not Sterix. It's Overlord's Blood Moon.
Oh, okay, not seen that one on a Smolder before, but I don't mind. I think it actually makes a lot of sense when you think about it. So much attack damage coming through. Stun off onto Bernie, but there's no initiate. Chrisberg popping the ult. Does a little bit of chip onto Sprumble, but there's nothing here.
Tries to call down
Don't
the side
have
of
that
Paragon.
initiate. Happy to get that cooldown though if you're Paragon. Puts you in a much better position as you look for another fight over this Drake. It's going to be soul point for Venom Crest though. Refresh just going to back away. Twisted Advance though coming through from FaZe as the Azir finds 3. Huge ult coming out from the Galul as it's just going to be clean up business coming through for Venom Crest as they clean up everybody. Just losing FaZe in that fight. That's 5.5k gold lead. A free Drake, a free soul for Venom Crest. And they just have this game dead to rights now.
All hail the Emperor, all hail Galul. He finds the shuffle on 4 members on the side of Paragon. And then the fight is just over. But what I wanted to get to before is the vision control on the side of Paragon. Paragon knew the entire time, not Venom Crest knew where Paragon was the entire time. There was never a doubt. They were keeping them poked down. They were keeping them at arm's length. And as soon as the crucial cooldowns on the side of Paragon are used, like the Pillar, like the Ahri Charm, like the Ahri Ultimate, like the Flight from Smolder, Venom Crest snap their fingers, they go in, they go together, FaZe leading the charge as per always, and then Galul just finds the sweep to clean up the fight. Excellent
That's exactly
team
what you
fighting
need, though,
coming
isn't it?
through.
And that's what you want. You have that early initiate from the Twisted Advance Maokai. That's getting so much pressure, not only with that route, obviously that's perfect, that's what you want, but the Bloodletter's Curse is going to get you so much value as well, especially with this Azir. And then that just lets them sweep from there, so much pressure from Chrisberg. I say that, already having to pop their culling just for an escape method from Bernie's Trundle. I think that's just telling, even though we have an incredibly fed Lucian, still scared of a Trundle. That's telling, isn't it?
I mean, Trundle is one of those... I'm having to hold myself a little bit here because I have very strong opinions on what Trundle's current state of the meta is. But when I see an LPL jungler get a pentakill on it, it's kind of
I'm not surprised, although huge initiate onto FaZe. This is what you were saying. Trundle finds that pressure early. Smolder has that execute active. Mud is straight in the middle of everything. So much damage going to come through. Shurima Shuffle, though, finds a pick onto 1. Looking for a second as Refresh being able to take that pick onto Bernie. And look at this, Galul. So much damage, so much pressure. Although Refresh is going to jump straight over Mudder's head. Can't quite find the timing. Chrisberg flashing forward, able to find that pick off. Clean from the Lucian. And Venom Crest. Good timing on the fight. And now they are in a position possibly not to look for the Baron. They're actually going to look for this. Not quite sure if I'd agree, but this is good for them. They found every angle they needed. This looked like Paragon's fight. They had that initiation. They had the damage. But then out of nowhere, Galul comes in. Shurima Shuffle find 2. And then it's just a clean sweep from there for Venom Crest. Everyone has the timing they need.
And as much as Paragon thought they were on their domain, on their rules, on their terms, a relentless pursuit comes through from the side of Venom Crest. And, they arise to the occasion. And, it's just, there's no Counter-Strike coming through from the side of Paragon. They can't really do much at this point. There's just too much gold on the side of Venom Crest. You can't try and pull the trigger on somebody if you are the side of Paragon. But the Venom Crest can just stand their ground, say no, and just fight the fight. As we see now, 3rd item coming through from the side of Venom Crest in the inventory of Refresh. 3 items. Chrisberg just feels like he's been sitting on 3 items for 2 days. As we see here, he forces the ultimate with the calling.
That was only a few shots onto this Ahri, but so much pressure is going to come straight out. That's insane to think. How strong is this Lucian? Although, what's happening over here? Refresh going in. Immediately taken down. Smolder taking that. That's so much pressure. So many stacks going over this dragon. I mean, already has that execute, but even more gold in the back pocket of this little dragon. That's always going to help out Anomaly.
Yeah, I mean, you're just trying to force as much gold into your Smolder right now, but the siege coming through from the side of Venom Crest is just so obnoxious. The Azir, the Lucian, having the Leona to create space there in case the side of Paragon try and dive in.
It really
Pillar
is,
goes down,
but
Poke goes down to
look
Leona.
at the damage Ziggs just took. That's insane. God, that's insane how much damage we just saw the Ahri take. But even then, you try to siege that bot side, but Anomaly's wave clear is just that good with a fully scaled up Smolder.
But the Smolder, he's going Cleaver third?
Makes sense. I mean, obviously, I prefer crit. I think everyone prefers crit, but it just makes sense, doesn't it? Going so much flash forward from his Bramble, actually can't even finish my sentence before they try and make another initiate, but it doesn't matter. They don't have the follow-up. Chrisberg finding a second pick as the huge knockback as Chrisberg able to clean up, finds a third, looking for more onto Madders. Renekton as Phrase looking to try and secure that as much as possible. And this has just been Venom Crest all day. Paragon put up a fight, but Venom Crest, they've had everything they needed, every advantage. And there's not much left. It's just Anomaly in the base, already falling. Phrase finds that pick off. And that's just going to be that. Do find that trade onto Matthew, but I think this might be it. Too little too late for Paragon. They tried, they gave it them all, but Venom Crest, a clean finish, 10k in the bank. And Galul and Chrisberg put in some fantastic work in this game.
And with a fistful of gunlight and the power of the sun, Venom Crest just pulled it through. You know, Chrisberg, we've been talking about this guy a lot, even in the preseason. There's a reason why we've talked about this guy so much. He is the main win condition on the side of Venom Crest, but I feel like a lot of the spotlight for what happened this game needs to go and Refresh and Phrase. Refresh was able to get so much pressure in the top side in the 1v1, in the 1v2 even, and then just didn't really need pressure coming through from his jungler. He didn't really need assistance. He was just able to create so much space in these fights. Yes, we saw him at the end of the game dive into 5 members and die, and still he forced somebody to go back to the fountain and get more health. So the fight could begin afterwards when they were just trying to siege down the turret. And Phrase has just been excellent. The Maokai is one of his premier picks. I love it personally. You know, commiserations to Paragon 1 and 4, but now Venom Crest 2 and 3. This is the win I feel like they needed to start the resurgence.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that was kind of an insane play across the board for Venom Crest. I don't think we can take away from that, but I think it was all set up by Phrase, allowed the bot side to get into a really solid position, and then Venom just took it from there. That's kind of all I can really say, isn't it?
Yeah, as we are going, to throw it over to our friends on the caster, on the analyst desk now, but we'll be back for Game 4. Don't go anywhere.
Exactly. I promise, Mr. Hammond, I won't go anywhere. I'll stay right here because we saw our third game of today. And for Venom Crest, I feel like, Quino, this is a very important win for them, regarding the standings, of course. What do you feel like gave them the edge to pull off this win eventually?
I think the easiest way to put it is it was the draft. They just had the better draft, basically, and we saw that when we were watching. We were like, okay. But I was still hoping Paragon, come on, you can do it. But then seeing the way that Venom Crest used their draft, it was like, okay, it's going to go to Venom Crest. I realized that maybe 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, exactly. But you say that the draft was better from Venom Crest. Bloxer, what do you feel like were a couple of those attributes that made their draft eventually better?
I mean, we saw it, right? Where we were talking about, hey, last time around when they were able to pick themselves up a win, they decided to go for something a little bit more defensive into the middle lane and a little bit more aggressive up in the top side. They had themselves the Camille Galio. This time around, they decided to change things up. They go a little bit more aggressive in the mid lane with the Ahri, but the Ahri, it just doesn't give you anywhere near as much. And Zig was playing it pretty well, was able to get kind of ahead, but just wasn't able to pull things through. And without that extra level of tankiness in front of Anomaly, he just wasn't able to sit and hit. That being said, even when he was hitting, what was that build? What was that build? Why?
That's a very good question.
Why did he have Overlord's Bloodmail? Shojin. Like, the Shojin, I kind of get that you can weave into a lot, but crit is just better. It's just better. You don't stack any health, right? I love Overlord's Bloodmail when I've stacked 20,000 health on set, and now I'm going to beat someone's skull in. Yeah, exactly. Smolder? Genuinely baffled. I would love to know why Anomaly decided to go towards that, because I was looking at him in the team fights. I was like, he's kind of free. He's dealing no damage, but he's hitting people, and that's not how Smolder's supposed to work. And the problem was that the build was just completely whack.
Yeah, And also, if you're low HP, you're not able to fight. So the bonus stats are kind of random, but Quino, it did shake things up, right? So, but for the Smolder, the build was interesting. Also, you pointed out something, Quino, mid-game, because the Maokai also had quite an interesting build.
Yeah, because I was sat there and I saw this Maokai get jumped on and die really quickly. So I was like, that's not the Maokai I know. And then I checked, like, the items. It was like Leandri's full AP. I was like, what is going on? Both teams, maybe they just listened to me. They were like, hey, we're going to have one person do something crazy and then it's an even battle. But I feel like, a full AP Maokai is more efficient than the Smolder.
Whatever that was. Yeah.
Yeah, eventually they were able to get there. But thank you so much for breaking down the third game of today. But just like Hamhan told us, there's a fourth game coming up. And for the standings, the last one we did see was interesting for the lower parts of the standings. But right now we're going towards a battle between Belfast Storm and Blood and Friends. And they're able to have an equalizer, or Belfast Storm can be high up in those standings. After the break, we'll continue with the same desk, but different teams.
The stocks are up! Venom Crest take game 3!
Oh, Malphite. All right, here we go. Just
still going for this space. You would have. Chimera super low. Trouble, but there's the Rakan coming in for the shielding. The shielding again. Oh my god! And everyone bow down to Venom Crest. Two-time champions. Bow down to Jay.
We had 3 matches earlier today. We're about to go towards the final match of this evening. Earlier we saw Bard and Friends. Right now it's time for Broad and Friends and Belfast Storm. And inside those standings, I feel like they're competitors of one another. Because right now the gap could be widened or maybe it will be narrowed down a little bit. So Quino, that means the stakes for this upcoming game are high. But are the expectations as close as one might hope for today?
I'm not 100% sure because obviously Belfast Storm are a brilliant team, and they're dominating, they're doing all this, they're performing the best of their ability as they should be. But on the side of Broad, I said it beforehand, Akkers is backers, and I'm so excited to see it.
Yeah, Bloxer, does it mean that the excitement is shared all around the desk?
Absolutely. I mean, they've unfired Akkers. I mean, what more could you want right here? We got the whole multiple paragraphs of we've fired the guy and now we've unfired the guy. I hope he enjoyed his time at whatever he was doing in the week off. Broad and Friends, they're a really, really interesting squad right here. With Akkers back, they're definitely going to look a lot better. But I think it's really worth talking about their position in the standings right now. In that at 2-2, they're kind of sat on the cusp. They're around a lot of these other teams. We obviously been talking about how there's only 9 matches, so you really do need to start picking up wins right now. And getting a win versus Belfast Storm does a lot for you in these standings. Not just because Belfast Storm are a good team, but because they've beaten a lot of the other teams around you in the standings, and having that as the head-to-head, having those wins over your opponents is going to be critical. And for Broad and Friends, this is a crucial split right here. I mean, they really want to make it to one of those LAN finals. The fact they missed out on the first 2, they're not going to be happy with it, so they really want to be doing well here.
Indeed, and if we throw up the roster of Broad and Friends, it's important to get the attention to one of those specific players, because you said Akkers are backers, and there's hype on the both of you. So Quino, maybe zoom in on one of these very important players, because he is back. What does that mean for their composition? Like, he's still loading in. They still need to adjust the final things, but he's really here. There he is.
That's what they were doing. They were like, oh no, we didn't have the graphics with Akkers.
Wait, is he back? Shit,
yeah, come on.
We need to switch it up real quick.
But yeah, to be fair, even though we are highlighting Akkers, I feel like the whole team, they have the vibes, which is exactly what I want going into this. They're the vibey team. That's what I'm going to coin them as in my head. But Akkers is a key part of that, that friendship, that core. And I feel like having that core back within your team is going to just do wonders for them. Even if it was, only a week off. That week off, it could do wonders for you. You know what I mean?
I feel like Bloxer is also agreeing a little bit. So the entire team should be strong. They got some vibes. Bloxer, how does that translate to the Summoner's Rift? What can we see from a team like Broad and Friends?
Well, I just want to see aggression from them, right? Porp has been having a really interesting time over the course of the last couple splits, where sometimes he's the man, and other times I'm not quite sure what he's doing. He needs to play aggressively.
He's
I think that's
boy.
the way Broad and Friends... Exactly. And which is odd, right? Considering, if you don't know, this squad has been around for forever. Akkers is a newly brought in member, but the rest of these guys, they have been about forever. This was Grey Warwick. This was Cabbage Core. This is a team that has played together for years and years, and Porp has always been one of the key members of that, one of the key pieces. I think he needs some pop-off performances here today. I think the meta actually suits him quite well with these aggressive earlier game-based champions, but also I think you can't ignore QQR here. QQR has been having a couple of really, really impressive performances, and he looks great on a lot of the control mages that just work really well in the meta at the moment. I'm thinking the Azir, the Syndra, the Orianna, all of those champions can be really exciting from him. So I think Broad and Friends, they're positioned in a really good spot to be able to at least, fight against Belfast Storm. That being said, Belfast Storm, as we see him here, they are really strong.
Exactly. With Raider, Roulette, Lindsay, Fuju, and of course Tom Kench, they are representing Belfast Storm. And Quinny, this is a team that's 3-1 right now. What do you feel like gives them the 3-1 edge over a lot of other teams?
I feel like they have the team play and the synergy. We've seen from a few of the previous games they haven't been performing as well, in the sense that they just can't pinpoint what to do every single time. Whereas Belfast Storm, I feel like they're one of those teams that have that synergy. They have that bit of humor within them, and that helps them, have that synergy, have that friendship kind of vibe, which is similar to Broad and Friends, which is why I like this pairing, this team, because it's going to be the battle of the friends in a way.
But do we feel like friendship translates to Summoner's Rift? So, Quino, if you say they have a good vibe, or there's friendship, there's humor all around the boards, what do you feel like gives them the 3-1 understanding? So is it synergy? Is it maybe follow-up? Is it creativity? What do you feel like it is?
I feel like it's the follow-ups. I feel like that's the most important thing, because a lot of these teams know how to engage, but it's about how you utilize that engage efficiently. Like, you know, last game we saw the Trundle, they had the iceberg, they're using that as their engage, but, you know, like the Titanic, it just crashes and burns half the time. Whereas I feel like, you know, Belfast Storm, they'll be able to follow up on a lot of these players.
Yeah, exactly. Bloxer, if we go towards the predictions, of course, this desk hasn't done a very good job up to this point. What was your prediction? Why do you feel like this might be the one?
I mean, I hope that I said it was going to be Belfast winning this one. I definitely think that they are likely to come out on top, but, you know, actually, maybe I would have said Brodom Friends. I can't even remember right now. This was at least 6 minutes ago that we were asked. Let's see. What did I say?
The reminder is here. Oh, it's
Paragon.
Paragon. Yeah, we know that is wrong. All right, so right now we're being
going to
teased by
win
our
this
producer. We know we have to improve our skill on the desk, but that's a bit harsh right now. New ones are coming up, but maybe Bloxer, just from the top of your mind, oh, here it is.
I said
Brother Friends.
Cool.
So
right.
why would it be Brother
giving
Friends?
myself defending this position. The reasoning would have been Akers is back, and Akers has just been a really critical part of this squad. We keep talking about it. He's not the only member that's important. The whole squad really needs to pop off. But I think in this matchup, the reason we're so excited about Akers being here is because Raider is so good. Raider has been just completely taking over. He's incredibly aggressive. He was a massive pickup for Belfast coming into this split. It didn't quite work out for them in that game 1 that they lost versus Absolved. Everybody was really shocked that they didn't come out on top after they topped everyone's tier list, and everybody thought they were going to be those guys coming in. All of a sudden they lose, and it was like, oh, okay. But then they've been able to pick up a bunch of wins, and they've been looking much better. Most recent matchup, Raider actually took himself the Kale, I think it was, top lane, so he's been playing a lot of different things, but he can go aggressive, he can go super late game scaling, he can play the tanks, and because he's such a versatile and strong player, having Akers back who can go toe-to-toe, who has consistently been one of the top players for us, I think that might give Brod a little bit of an edge. Still, this is not a confident Brod prediction, I'm hopeful.
I'm hopeful, but that's what you need to do. Predicting is hopeful, right? You need to maybe get the guess right. For Quino, we saw that it is Belfast Storm. That's the one that you predicted. So we just heard quite an analysis from Black Bloxer about maybe Akers back in the top lane. That could be that could give some issues for Raider, because maybe he was able to play a bit more freely around the map. What do you feel like? Does your prediction does it stand strong at this point in time?
I would say so. It's gonna sound mean. I want to see Raider beat Akers. You know, this whole hype of bringing him back, and then, oh no, you get knocked down a peg straight away. I feel like it's
fired, refired immediately.
Do we have the receipt now? that's an interesting thing. But how could he be? Do you feel that the matchup is close? Because the prediction is, of course, hopeful, but do you feel like it is close by? Is it maybe depending on who gets which pick in top lane?
Maybe not the pick, but I feel like the draft itself will be a massive part of this. Figuring out what's going to happen, basically.
Bloxer?
Yeah, I feel like in the actual just straight up skill department, Akers on his best day can absolutely go toe to toe. I think Raider's been a little bit more consistent overall. That being said, who knows what's going to happen, and I don't actually expect these junglers to particularly leave these top laners alone. I think we're going to see Roulette and Pop getting involved up there as well, but also, you then can't ignore the rest of the map, and I think that's where Belfast Storm maybe have a slight advantage, in that Fuyu and Little Pants have been looking great, specifically on the Varus. I think that's been a really high priority pick for them. I'd be surprised if it doesn't get banned or picked right here for them, because it has been looking so good, and so if you do want to get involved up topside and actually get involved in that lane, are you just leaving bot lane alone to get taken over all of a sudden? It's going to be an interesting question.
Exactly. Quino, do you feel there's a difference maybe throughout the map? So maybe different lanes, maybe the jungle. Do you feel there's something for Belfast Storm, maybe besides top lane, that could be having the biggest impact?
See, this is the hard thing, because these teams are pretty evenly matched from the way I've seen them play. Because I remember seeing Spark in the bot lane performing amazingly, but if you're getting like knocked down a peg, maybe it might pull you back, because it all depends where these junglers are going to position themselves. Because yeah, we're saying they might position themselves towards the top, but if they position themselves in the bot like river, that could lead to a completely different dynamic of the way the game's played.
All right. And it's not that you were talking so long that suddenly everything happened. So there's a couple of picks and bans coming in right now. So we got some safe matchups on the side of Belfast Storm. We got Azir and Sivir. A lot of range, a lot of scaling for both of those champs. And for Brother Friends, just like you said, Bloxer, the Varus being locked in for Spark. And that's something that made an impression on you.
Yeah, absolutely. I really do like the Varus at the moment. I mean, it's been one of the highest priority bot lane pickups the entire year, and for good reason. The versatility with this champion's really strong. It'd be interesting to see if it's going to be on hit or poke. I think so far in this composition, I'd certainly want to be poke. I wouldn't want to be close enough right here to Limsey to just get punted back into my opposition, but obviously we will wait and see. Porp also gonna pick himself up the Trundle. We've seen how strong the Trundle can be. It's been Birdie's best looking pick, and I can see Porp popping off on this one as well. Like I said, Belfast Storm, they've got themselves a lot of very just standard picks, but they are very much looking towards the later stages of the game right now, and if you don't have something that can play a little bit more in the early game, that can be a little bit worrying.
Exactly. And do not overlook the efficiency of the pillar. With a Sivir ultimate, pillar is just massive, man. The amount of slow you get from one pillar during Sivir ult is massive. In the meantime, the 6th pick will come through for Belfast Storm on the left-hand side. We got Veigar, Trundle, and Varus. So a lot of team fight power already, with quite some CC to lock champions down. Only now a few more bans will come in, Quino. What are your expectations?
I'm not too sure, honestly, but, you know, seeing the Azir again, we saw it last game, we saw Galoo perform amazing on that. Maybe it's a bit of inspiration coming through, so maybe that'll bleed into that. But against the Veigar, it's a completely different matchup, so I'm like, okay, it looks like they're both leaning towards these team fight kind of vibes, which is exactly what we want to see.
Yep, exactly. We also got an Alistar, so actually for both of those teams, it's a very safe setup to initiate a fight. Also, a lot of distance can be created between the damage and, of course, the damage dealers. And that feels for both of these sides. I mean, Veigar and Varus keep a lot of distance. The same goes for Sivir and Azir. So I'm wondering, maybe the teams want to keep their distance, or can there be something that tries to engage for either of those teams? The final bans will come in, Bloxer. We noticed that Camille will be taken away for Akkers, and that is something I believe that was quite a strong pick for him a few games ago.
Yeah, Akkers has been incredibly strong on very aggressive pickups like the Camille, like the Gwen, but also does like to play himself something just a little bit more like a Renekton, Aatrox, those sort of champions that can just sort of absorb a little pressure and then get into the backline very strongly. For Belfast Storm, they need to potentially change course right here, because they've got themselves the sort of composition that wants to go leaping into the backline, very much so. They've got the extra speed up from the Sivir to help them with that, but that's exactly what the Veigar wants to do. QQR is one of his signature picks as well, and the fact you could just put the baby cage down and say no, I worry for Belfast Storm if they're just going to keep full committing to this sprint at you based composition. The Wukong would very much indicate that they are. Okay, you've got a cage, I've got a cage, we'll just put that one straight back on you. I like that as a little bit of, hey, this works really well. I think the Jarvan's been underrated recently in the current meta, and it works with the rest of the Belfast Storm champions. Again, though, it's something that just wants to leap at this Veigar, and there's a chance that this Veigar cage is going to have just monumental impact in this game.
Yep, that's true. Also, if you're a bit new to League of Legends, so for Veigar, the name of that player, that's also his entire combination, like QQR, that should be enough to maybe wipe out anyone on the map during late game. Only 3 more picks coming down. A couple of cages, there's 2 more picks left for Belfast Storm. Quino, what do you feel like could be the things around the composition?
See, literally as I was saying it, I was like, they need some more engage. We've seen this has been the issue for a lot of teams, and then the Rakan is picked, so it's like kind of the perfect catalyst for this Veigar, this Trundle to get some stuff down. Oh, a Gwen. I'm into that Gwen, and I feel like this is quite interesting because of how many bans have been towards the top lane. So it's like, okay, they're kind of having to play at scraps, and I'm not the most educated, so for all I know, Akkers could be the world's best Gwen player. But I'm excited to see that.
He's pretty sick with it. He's
Bloxer?
pretty sick with it. Yeah, if this does get locked in, we'll probably need another refresh here. No, actually, they went to the Sun. Okay, I was going to say, he is slick with it, but also in this composition, I feel like, again, you need more engage, right? Yes, the Gwen would be able to snip through somebody, but you're also playing into Raider, as we've been highlighting, an incredibly talented top laner in his own right, and I do just prefer Akkers on these bigger, tankier champions. I think Brod and Friends could have run into too many cooks in the kitchen. I think the Sion's in a very strong spot at the moment, and the Gnar going to be locked in right here for Raider. Very interesting matchup, where the Gnar can totally take over the matchup if you play this one badly, but I think Akkers should be able to just absorb that pressure, and the Gnar also just works really well. It's got great pairing alongside both the Azir and right here,
and the Jarvan.
alongside the Jarvan, because you've just got more terrain to be able to put people into. It's good.
There's some very dirty combinations that could be made once you get the rage bar full alongside your teammates. Also, with the Sion pick coming in, I feel like Rakan has a little bit more options to maybe find one of those carries, but still, if I go towards my gut feeling, and of course we always hope for those predictions, I feel like for Rakan it's going to be a really hard fight to get those crucial picks. Maybe a bit more defensive, you can peel for your teammates, but who can you even jump on? There's so much range and enemies in between you and the other team, of course. Quino, with all the picks coming in, do you still feel as strong about your prediction?
I'm going to say so, yeah. I still feel like Belfast can take this. You know, I'm really into this Jarvan comp. I feel like he's one of my favourite champs to see in any sort of competition because you really just pinpoint everything into one location and just do mass damage. And it's the coolest thing to see. So I'm excited to see Belfast pull this off, if they do.
Exactly. Bloxer, did hope maybe translate to facts? Do you feel like with the big events coming in, you're more confident now?
I like some of the pieces of what Broad and Friends have for themselves. I think they've got a ton of really strong individual picks. I think that having QQR on his signature Veigar is really fun, and it also is a horrible matchup for the Azir. The Azir in that actual just 1v1 is not going to have a good time. At the same time, you're right. They have a couple of pieces that are going to have some struggles potentially getting into the backline. I think Akaz is going to need a big performance right here on the Scion. But you're into a Belfast Storm composition that's just very them. They know how to play all these incredibly well. Yeah, it's a rough matchup, but Limsey's one of the best Azirs that we've ever seen in the UKL. So again, super back and forth right here. Broad and Friends, if you get this pop-off performance from QQR, if Porp's actually able to be aggressive and play the map as we really want him to see, he doesn't sit back and let the game happen to him, there's a chance for them, most certainly, and picking up a win versus Belfast Storm would be incredibly important. I'm not massively confident in my prediction, though.
Unfortunate, but still, there's some hope left. But if I remove all the name tags and all the players are equal, if Belfast Storm just plays steady, I feel like they are granted a win. It's much more easy to execute their composition. And with the Zipper and Azir, there's always damage that will land on the enemy carries. Quino, we're about to kick things over. What would you love to see from either of those teams?
Honestly, I just don't want to see the bloodletters on a slick ADC again, because that was just wrong.
Yeah.
Or do it but win. Like just make it better. That's what I want now.
All right, thank you so much. It's time to head towards the Summoners for the final game of today. Belfast Storm is 3-1, Broad Defense is 2-2. They could make it close by in the standings, but before we get there, it's time for Harold Hammond and of course Avi.
Welcome back, friends, for this Four Nations Game 4 of the evening. Of course, my name is Harold, joined, of course, here by Avi for this Game 4. Belfast Storm versus Broad and Friends. A lot of banter, a lot of history between these organizations. A draft that we had some thoughts going into, and we had somehow more questions at the end of it than we had at the beginning.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. I mean,
Avi, how do you feel about this one?
I feel very inclined to just say, let's give the win to Belfast and move on. It just feels like they have the more consistent composition. It feels like they have ways to get into fights, they have the ways to get out of fights. They have the control, whereas I like what Broad are bringing to the table with the Veigar. I think that's a really awesome pick for QQR. I really do, but it also feels like they don't have the team fights. They have great one-on-one potential, absolutely amazing laning, but when it actually comes down to the fights, I think they're going to struggle a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about the fight, it's like, you know, it's a lot of circles coming through from the side of Belfast Storm, and at some point, if you don't really know what to, just default to circles.
Hey, sometimes all you need to do is play around those circles, but we will have to see how our teams opt to play around these ones as we get things kicked off with our final game for this evening. Broad and Friends versus Belfast Storm.
Raider might be getting caught here. All of Broad are in this top side. As currently, Zeta's behind him.
Bit of a full stack, not really something you'd expect to see these days, but
Can we get the Jaws team going?
Makes sense though. Raider could actually get caught out. Isn't spotted just yet. There he is. Gets knocked up immediately, and the follow-up is there. But the bounce, perfect time on the bounce. Manages to keep that Nar safe for now. I say for now, because look at this. Porp just going to come straight on through. Flashing forward, has that speed advantage, looking for more. Has to flash away from that knock-up. Zeta nearly finding it. That's already put Belfast at a huge disadvantage. Getting Raider's flash, putting him down at such low HP. That's going to give Aka's such a good early lane here.
And he's forced to start E. He has no wave clear unless he
Exactly.
he just has to auto early on. He doesn't have Q to wave clear. He doesn't have the W if he wants to go for early trading. But a flash burnt on the side of Pop to make it happen. Right there, burning his flash, starting E, of course. He is running the grasp on the Gnar, and I actually haven't been a fan of this one after the recent changes to grasp. Because the effectiveness when you're in ranged form, when you will be proccing grasp the most of the time, has just been diminished by a lot.
Oh, massively. I like it in concept, but I'm not sure I like it into this matchup, which is kind of the problem I'm seeing here for Belfast. I do like it. I really do like it. Obviously, that early stack has given Brod a massive advantage early, but has it really helped them? That's the question you've got to ask.
I mean, it's going to make it easier in case Bob wants to put some early pressure in the top side, but he is pathing away from it.
Absolutely.
So I don't know if he is going to want to start the path on top and just getting more.
I think looking at this Sivir Alistair bot lane, you have to try and keep them as far back as you can. Otherwise, you let a Sivir go, you let an Alistair go. That's a scary prospect.
Spark has decided to go for the unhit route. This is going to be the right click Ezreal. This is no wave clear Ezreal. None of that long range. We play. I'm a mage kind of thing.
Thank goodness for that. We hate
just there
that.
to right click.
We hate all of those long range. We just poke
teenagers.
you out and win fights like that. No, proper ADC battle here. But it's going to be interesting though. I'd argue that Civ is the more reliable in team fights.
I mean, the ricochet is just a little bit too strong when you fight a front to back fight. But the thing is, I do not think on the side of Belfast you're really looking for a front to back because you're just going to get out frontlined. As we see here, Roulette appears on the top side.
Yeah,
Akers is just able to just. Yeah, Akers is just vibing at this point. He's farming. He is up in CS on Raider.
That's what you can do if you're a Scion in this situation, isn't it? It does look a little bit of an all-in. Can't quite find it just yet. So much pressure onto this Gnar though, although falling low. Roulette is there, finds the knock-up, not quite. Slows down, looking for damage, has to flash away. Roulette's going to be able to get out with his life. But Akers, smart play, does manage to lose his flash, but this has forced a wave to crash under tower, and it's not exactly the worst thing for him. That doesn't make it difficult.
Maintains also a slight CS advantage onto the Gnar.
That's what you want to see, isn't it? Has advantages into a ranged top, no less. You can't ask for much more from your Scion, can you?
I mean, I was saying in the...
Oh, hello!
In the meantime, 2v2 in the bot line.
Yeah, for you, just immediately finds an early pick-off onto Sparks Varus. Don't know what quite happened there, but that's put Belfast in a humongous lead here. Getting your hyper carry Sivir, an early pick, that's exactly what you want. Not sure what happened there on the bot side. TP actually going to come through, looking. Though, timing not quite there for Zeta's Q.
Lane swapping, boys.
Yeah, back to the good old days of, what was it, 2014, 2015? I can't remember. I was not playing League of Legends.
You could just say early 2025.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you that. But, alas, seems we are going to the old ways of a classic lane swap. Not really entertaining, not what we want to see, but it makes sense given the situation, doesn't it? Although, hang on.
I mean,
Little Pan's going to go forwards, finds the angle onto Sparks Varus, but there's no follow-up. Fuyu's not there yet. All of that for nothing, really. I like the idea if Fuyu was just behind, but no, had to walk all the way from spawn. Not really what you want. Picks up an early cull, though. So
does hold up the wave slightly, so Fuyu's able to catch it. He does hold up the wave ever so slightly, so Fuyu's able to catch it more easily. Now, Spark has the Vamp Scepter in the inventory, so he's going to just have this very oppressive lane sustain. You know, Varus, one of those oppressive early laning champions, but you see here, Little Pants just walking
What's
up.
Happening here? See, Little Pants actually finding a stun up onto Zeta. Can't quite follow up. Roulette's there. Do Brod know that the Jarvan's here? If they can spot this Jarvan out, they might be able to make a play here, but just going to opt back away, wary of this option for Belfast. Can keep themselves safe for now. So you see it's pretty clean for Pop. Has the opportunity, go for Drake, knows exactly where Roulette is, doesn't have access for now. The Belfast, they know this is happening. Might be able to make a rotate over. Roulette's on his way. but not really in
Raiders
position.
trying
The
to
wave
move.
state's not in their favour. I think this is cleanly
Gar has first
going
blood.
towards Broad. I say that, Roulette shows vision. That's swapped over immediately, not even going to argue with the fight. Porp started, Roulette finish. Not really what you want if you're a Broad fan here. But hey, puts them in a somewhat okay position. You're okay losing an early Drake as long as you have that positioning on waves. And I'd say they do for now.
I mean, you have a Veigar. Even if you give up these early fights, you're not really fussed too much. If you keep your pressure going in the lanes. The issue I feel like Broad is going to run into is they're going to get... Oh? Oh?
Hello? Excuse me? What's happening, Raider? I just see he's just turned to 0 HP.
Hack really going all out
Okay.
here on Hack form. Almost finding the solo kill onto Raider, overextending under turret. But that was such a... I have to hold myself here, but that was such a massive mistake from Raider.
Yeah.
He's just walking under a turret. There's a fully charging Sion, and you get caught by a fully charged Sion Q.
God.
Like...
I like the idea. I do like the idea. But that's the nicest thing I can say. It's just overextension at its finest, isn't it? You can see immediately why Akka's just so well known for this aggressive top lane, despite playing these tanks like Sion. Has a way to just find angles you need to, find the positioning, find the picks you need. Hopefully, be able to play something off of this.
I mean,
Already
Sion
just
is the
forcing Raider
least-
away from wave.
In my opinion, Sion is the least tank-like tank that we have in League.
Yeah, I'll
Because
give you that,
this
actually.
this champion can do so much in lane, and people just keep disrespecting the potential of like. I thought everybody knew what Baus is able to do on this champion, even when he plays it full tank, and like we're still disrespecting the power of that such a champion can have going into a game. Like,
It's the scary thing, isn't it? Although, I say that, Porp's looking for an angle, doesn't quite find it. The Shroomer Shuffle coming through from Limsey, finds a pick onto one. Porp falls immediately. So much sustain, so much pressure coming through. You can see perfectly coordinated timing on that dive. That's a good play from Belfast. They had that timing. They knew exactly where Broad were going to show, and then had the timing to just say, right, we're going to catch one of you off guard. Take care
as
of
mu-
that Trundle, make an easy play onto these grubs, and get our Ozera an advantage.
Yeah, as much as the front to back coming through from the side of, Broad and Friends is really good. This snap buttons on the side of the Belfast Storm are just. There's just so many more of them. There's like
Yeah.
a Cataclysm. There's the Shroomer Shuffle. There's the Alistair combo. You can flash in and do the combo, or just do the flash pulverize, or just or just WQ.
Yeah.
It's just so much more. It's so much more difficult on the side
For
of.
you. Falls low, incredibly. What's happening on the bottom side? We see another pick
Oh,
off a little
God.
pants. Don't know what happened there, but obviously a little bit of an overextension for Broad and Zeta. Not quite
feel like we tried
where
to
you want to be
dive.
if you're an Arakan. But that's again 3 picks now for Belfast, and there's been no answer back from Broad. They haven't been in a position to do so yet. Hello,
Oh.
I say that. They're going straight on in, looking for a dive onto Little Pants' Alistair. They don't have the damage.
Just pops the
So
unbreakable
much
will.
healing and not healing. Sorry, so much sustaining going to come through from this Alistair ulti, keeping it safe for now. Survives a 3-man dive, and Broad just aren't in any position to make anything happen, are they?
Yeah, it feels like they're falling behind on the play everywhere on the map. And the one thing I'm more concerned about is that their bot lane, which has been their shining beacon of light for most of their games, even last split,
Yeah.
they're just falling behind. They're just
Not quite where you want
overextending,
it to be.
trying to make the play when there's no play to be made. And now you have a Sivir that's already 1-0-1, is about to complete what I would assume is an Essence Reaver at this point.
Possibly, yeah, it would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and on the other side, you have a Varus that's going on hit. He needs that Blade of the Run King, but he also needs boots, and there's always the threat of an Alistair Jarvan combo. onto you.
Absolutely.
Like,
It's
who,
scary for Broad
who
here.
on this broad composition can reliably threaten the Sivir?
No one. Absolutely no one. You have to try and get an off angle with this Rakan. Good engage, and then have a nice play off of that, but I don't think you can find that. Although Raider on the top side forces that Sion ult immediately. So much pressure, so much damage from this. Nah, doesn't matter. Scion too tanky.
So, this is very... Oh!
Oh, Limsey tries to go in with that shuffle. Not able to catch out QQR's Vigar. We haven't highlighted this because there's nothing to say yet.
The Shurima shuffle...
That pick off.
Shurima shuffle there really fell flat like a really bad souffle.
That's a good way to put it, I'll give you that. But losing that early as the fight looks to be approaching. Not really what you want. Actually managing to find a double knock-up onto this Rakan Varus bot. Doesn't matter for you though, actually finding a pick-off. Make that a second for Belfast as Limsey takes care of the Rakan for Zeta. And that's going to be it. Belfast 6-0 so far, and there's nothing that Broad can do to answer back. Spark not really in any position. 4 around this bot lane turret. They're looking for a little bit of a dive. Spark, 1 HP, Limsey just going to be able to shuffle his way in, find that pick. So little for Brod to do. Belfast in full control. And this is just domination, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Belfast are just able to move around the map. They have the snap engage button. They're just better at this point in the game. You, on the side of Broad, you have this composition that requires time, but as we see here, Pop might be trying to punch Raider in the top side.
Not quite. Raider's able to bounce that away, flashes forwards. Though, Zeta's there with the knock-up. Doesn't find it just yet. There's no follow-through. Although...
This reeks of desperation. This is already desperation.
But they can't quite make it. Look how aggressively Zeta's playing, though. There's no follow-up. If this Rakan were to get a pick here, might actually get caught out by this Alistar, but not able to do so just yet. Has to back away, respecting the threat this Alistar brings. Never thought I'd say this, but Little Pants, too much pressure. Too much threat. It's scary.
He may be outgrowing those pants at this point.
I love it. I love it. And I agree with Mr. Broad Sports. It might be time for a remake. It's not looking good for Broad.
Bad scrim, remake, restart. Let's go again.
Happens. There is the opportunity. If Broad manage to take this to late, they do have a Varus. They do have this Veigar and the Scion. If this team gets to late, they could be very scary. But again, this Sivir, this Azir, this Nah. It's not looking good for Broad. Belfast, full control. Not really anything they can do here.
Yeah, but really, you do have to get to this late game. But I don't feel like the Belfast composition gives you a chance to get to said late game.
Not really.
Because there's one item completed on every carry, which is 4 of them. There's 4 carries on the side of Belfast.
It's a bit ridiculous. Although, hang on, what's happening over here on the bot side? Pop and QQR find Raider solo HP. We're happy to find that pick off with the W. Not quite sure where that came from, but that's really nice actually from Broad managing to find a pick off. Not really where you want it, but Spark falling low. Fuyu putting so much speed through from this ulti. Gets the rest of the team to dive straight onto Spark's Varus. And again, they're falling apart at the seams. They're looking for plays where they shouldn't be able to. And they're just having to back away, although perfectly timed on the cleanse from the ulti. Little Pants gets that stun off onto Porp. So much damage coming through. Look at this from Fuyu and Roulette. Nothing yet. And they're just going to be able to clean that up with the shuffle through onto QQR. And Belfast, again, they just have the timing. They have everything they need to make a push, counter the aggression from Broad. And there's no answer back.
That is a 5k gold lead at 15 minutes.
Broad, they might be on the board, but it's a little scary for them now.
It's really scary when Limsey is able to push out top lane, get full pressure, TP into a fight, and still be able to get him.
That should never happen.
Limsey is able to just play for free around the map. He's about to hit 2 items on this Azir, which is going to be the Leandris, I would assume, second.
You'd think so, especially looking at this team.
This is just domination on the side of Belfast at this point. Roulette is just able to do whatever objective he pleases at this point in the game. Yeah. He has pressure in every single lane. He has priority, and it all comes down, again, to these snap engage buttons. You have none on the side of Broad.
No, not at all.
You have Zeta, who may be able to find something if he ends up pulling a trigger with a flash grand entrance and the quickness. But it's Sivir. Sivir can just spell shield the knockout or spell shield the charm.
It just doesn't work, does
it?
it?
Get out of it. Oh, Raider getting caught again.
Axe looking for a pick. Not able to find that full sustain. sustained fight onto Raider. Just gonna be able to walk away. There's no response really, is there? Tries to clear the way.
Raider's just wailing away at the Scion. The Scion just doesn't really care at this point. He has that Warden's Mail that's so far completed.
Nothing really you can do in that situation. We'll be able to find a turret on the spot side, QQR and Port, but even then, even with that bounty, I'm not sure this is enough. I hate to say it, Broad Sports, and I'm sorry, you can call me out in Twitch chat as much as you want, but this Broad game is looking like Bandits over here.
Damn.
You can't argue with me though, can you? They're playing aggressive but have no engage. They're playing for team fights but have no team fighting. They aren't playing the carries, but they still aren't finding angles or the initiations, and that's the problem. I'm sorry, Broadsports, I'm so sorry, but I don't think I think it's just fair at this point. It's not looking good for you.
I mean, at this point, you're just holding out for team fights, and you're hoping that the Scion is just going to be tanky enough to be able to find a few rotations of spells in these fights. But as we see here,
that's all you can hope for.
The Yak attacks and doesn't find the target.
Yeah, nice angle though, but not able to find it. This Azir is obviously just a little bit too good. Limsey's obviously a little bit too good. Raider having to bounce away from this Trundle though, forces the subjugate, but again, there's no follow-up. There's no initiation. There's no hard engage outside of this Rakan. So what can they do? They have these team fights. When they're in the fight, Broad are really good, but it's getting into these fights. That's the problem, and that's where Belfast are exploiting their weaknesses.
At this point, I don't know if any fight is actually going to be going towards the side of Broad. It is a 6k gold differential. There's just going to be like too much frontline, and at the same time there's going to be too much damage coming through from the side of Belfast, from the side of Broad to really do anything, because yes, you have a Veigar, that is stacky. QQR has 2 items, he has the Rocket Belt for the repositioning, plus the Rod of Ages to just sustain himself on the sideline and just have that extra degree of safety.
Yeah.
But it's a Veigar. It's
you
not
can't win a game with just a Veigar.
It's not a DPS champion like the Azir on the other side, or maybe like something like a Victor or something like a Syndra. You're dealing damage in bursts.
How do you get in and do it? That's the problem Broad are going to find here.
That's for what Rocket Belt is for. You Rocket Belt in, you press Q, and then you die to a Jarvan combo.
It's not reliable, is it? That's the problem. And I hate to say it, but it's looking like Belfast all day, every day. I am hoping for a little bit of a caster cast here. I want to see Broad put up a good fight. I had hope for Broad. I liked what they're bringing to the table here, but I'm just not seeing it today.
I mean, I will say the gold lead has slightly gone towards the side of Broad. It was 6k, now it's 4k.
Yeah, they've managed to bring it back with those turret shutdowns, but that's really all they've been able to find. They can't get out into the lanes properly, they can't make proper pushes because there's so much shove from the side of Belfast. It just doesn't work for them, does it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just really difficult, as we see here. Roulette interrupts the charge.
Able to walk away. Look at that sustain, though, coming through from this Jarvan. Hard engage, though, from Porp. Doesn't matter, though, because on the side comes in Lil Pans. Finds that knock-up, though. Backing away as more come in, but the Streamer Shuffle finds that pick onto Spark. Looking for more, can't quite find it. As Fuyu coming on in, pops that Sivir out, looking so much pressure, but QQR finds that rebound onto the Alistair. As Zeta's going to jump on in, does not matter, as Fuyu finds 2. And that's just going to be game for this fight. Limsey going all in onto QQR's. Veigar finds that pick onto Akers, but falls immediately afterwards. Doesn't have that sustain fully. But look at this. They tried to find the engage, but the peel coming through from Belfast. Everyone was in the right position to make the play. It just didn't happen for you, did it?
That's a 2-4-4 and a 4v5. Raider, in the meantime, is just wailing away at this tier 2 in the top lane.
What you want?
You're getting kills onto QQR, which is good. Now QQR has 3 kills, 3 items, which is good.
This is good, but is it as good as you want it to be? I mean, obviously, it does get actually called out of this Mega Gnar as well. A lot of pressure coming through. Exhaust going to be popped onto this Gnar. Might be able to find something as flashes over the wall. Just about able to escape for now, but Porp coming on in, able to find that pick onto QQR as well. They're feeding all of these picks they can onto this Veigar, and I think it makes a lot of sense. You have to try and take the advantage you can. Though Little Pant's actually the one to flash over the wall. Looking for Porp, not going to find anything just yet. Gets reached up by this virus.
Unbreakable Will.
Subjugate coming on through, able to shred through this health bar. Does not matter about how tanky this is. They make a hard engage under this turret. Finds that knock up onto Roulette's Jarvan. Answered back though. Shurima Shuffle comes on in, finds Spark. And that's going to be it. Limsey finds that pick, but so much tanking on this team for Brod. I say that though. QQR able to find a second pick here. So much damage. You can see this Veigar. Really solid position here. 3 items already. But even then, they're finding these picks, but they can't find the fights.
Feels like it's QQR against the world.
It is.
He's
the
getting
1v9
every
at this
single
point.
kill, and the fights are somehow close, but there's always a man differential. It feels like the fights are close because on the side of Belfast, we're also not respecting timers. As an Alistar, you're flashing in, trying to find the engage. You don't have Aftershock, and you don't have Unbreakable Will.
Yeah.
And there's a Varus on the other side. Chains of Corruption will lock you down, and it will just be enough damage to take you down. Like, the turnaround potential is there. It's a question of whether you can do it when maybe Raider starts showing up to any of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, oh, hang on. Raider's actually got out of position slightly. Gets trapped in between a rock and a hard place. Knocked up, knocked back, but the knock-up comes in clutch from Little Pants. Finds that pick onto Porp. And that's a good time disengage. They have that peel. Again, Little Pants has found the peel every single time. And now, a clean fight onto Atakan. They find that one pick onto Porp. And now Belfast, clean onto Atakan. That's a huge pick, huge opportunity, and now they can take this game even further.
Yeah, I think for Raider it was very much a moment of I'm not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me. As he gets the mega, shoves Pop into his team, and then just gets out. The fact that he lives is mental.
Regardless of champ,
QQR,
you should never be able to do that.
QQR trying to find the pick onto Fuyu here. But Fuyu completed 3 items, 7, 0, and 8 on this server. Almost 10 CS per minute.
It's a bit silly, although Shurima Shuffle actually catching one out, knocks one back in. Chains of Corruption going to come on through, but Zeta knocks up Limsey, but the knock back into the wall, coming through from Raider, finding 2. And it's just clean from Belfast, finding 2 picks onto the bot lane duo. Akers, though, hiding away. Roulette going to dive straight onto Porp and QQR, though. No follow-up available. Zakker's in on the backline. Roulette falling low, has to flash away. And they're just going to focus all their attention onto Akers. Has to back away, though. Porp
the pillar's
finding
good.
that knockback, though. Rocket belting in for QQR. So much damage from this Veigar. But the knock-up from Little Pants. Not able to find anything. There's no follow-up just yet from Belfast. And they have to back away. Nearly finding everything. But just about missing out. Has to get away. Doesn't have everything just yet.
That is far too close. Or how much gap there should be between these teams after the early game.
It shouldn't be this close.
QQR is just finding the damage every single time. Veigar loves when people dive into him because he gets to put down the cage. It's a guaranteed Q hit, and he just gets to rain down the dark matter with the W.
Absolutely.
It's just so easy for this Veigar to fight. But
looks like we're looking for a little bit of a fight. You gotta jump on in. The flash coming through from Little Pants. Huge flash there. Doesn't even matter because the pick onto the side onto Akers keeps himself nice and safe. Now, where's the initiation coming through from Brod? Belfast have an opportunity. Look for this Mountain Soul. Porp, still alive, does have access to this flash. They can look for a play here. Drops that early, looking for a little bit of an advanced walkover. Doesn't have it just yet. Gonna be able to walk straight at them. Stunned up, knocked up onto Roulette. That's a huge pick onto this Jarvan, but the Shuffle finds 2 onto QQR and Zeta. Limsey gonna be able to follow through. Porp finds the shutdown onto this Drake. That's gonna be it. They don't have to follow through just yet. Spark not able to connect that arrow just yet. Though QQR actually a little bit into the back lines, and Raider's able to clean that one up. Nice pick onto that Veigar. That's exactly what Belfast need here. 6k gold lead. So many kills up. They don't have anything. Lose out on that Drake. Give them a little bit of the gold from that Drake. Few picks, but Brod can't find any angle.
It buys them time, though. It's a Drake that denies the soul. It buys them some time. But at this point in the game, look at that Sivir. Like, this Sivir is about to. That Sivir is about to complete LDR.
That's a
and the siren's going to feel like paper.
4k gold lead just on this Sivir. That's insanity.
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing like the gold, and like QQR is actually ahead of Limsey in the mid lane.
Yeah.
But we're in a situation now where it does feel like you're relying on QQR to just find the damage onto this backline, because yeah, you're blowing up Roulette. Ooh, okay, Sivir's still alive. The Zir is alive. He finds the shuffle. He buys the time, and Raider's still alive on an R. You still have enough tools to turn and make the team fight yours on the side of Belfast. While on the side of Broad, if QQR is ever caught out, that's lights out. The game is pretty much over at that point.
Yeah. Do see him building up towards that Rabadon's death cap, though. If he gets that's a real threat if you are Broad, but we keep reiterating this. Is there any opportunity to get into fights? They have that Rakan, and in fairness to him, Zate's been putting in some fantastic work, but does it matter?
I'll be honest, Belfast have been giving them the fights.
They have
because
been.
Belfast
it does feel like it.
Have been pulling the trigger at inopportune times when the cage is just down. Like, the cage is up, and we're still like trying to find the snap engage onto the backline with the cage available. That's not very much you're finding the fight. It's very much on the side of Belfast.
They're getting it at good times, but it's finding those opportunities, finding the right opportunities. They might be able to get in, they might be able to get a pick, but is it the right time to fight? Is it the right time to initiate? And honestly, I'm not feeling that for Belfast right now. I do like this though. Clearing out a little bit, making a play off onto this Baron. Don't really have the advantage. Those Raiders can try and make this onto bot side. Tier 3. Not able to find it though, but Porp actually caught out of position entirely. And Fuyu picking that one up. 8-0-13 for the Sivir. That's a clean opportunity for Belfast. They have a very a perfect opportunity. I can't say anything else. Just to take this Baron. That's going to be easy. 8k in the lead. Raiders still going to be able to push out this bot side all the way. Trying to take this turret before he even takes him down. Although he takes a lot of turret shots there. No Mega Gnar available to him. A little bit out of position here, but might be able to get out. This is a Gnar we're talking about. I say that was QQR. Comes in with the ulti. Doesn't even matter. Point and click adventure games. As the Veigar, 7-3. Putting in a lot of damage. Has so much AP at this point, but
the outplay button is pressed.
Good for him, is it?
The outplay button is pressed and Raider goes down. But he does get the turret.
Hardest combo you can play in League. Flash.
And as Bo was saying earlier, the QQR is truly embodying the combo right now.
Absolutely. Press Q, press Q, press R, and it works, but it's not the most ideal, is it? They need more carries. They need to get Spark back into this game. I mean, this is a 2-item Varus that will put in a lot of work, but is it enough? That's the question you have to ask Broad here. They've managed to survive to 30. This is good. They have been able to scale up a little bit. This is good. They're playing better. But is it enough? Have they found the angles they need? They're getting gold into their back pockets. That's a good bounty on that bot tier 2. Do they have the opportunity to take anywhere else?
Broader keep the lane. That's the main thing that's happening. They keep delaying the timer at where Belfast Storm can just try and maybe decide to just run over the map or try and force a mid lane.
It's not the worst.
Because we've seen, the fact is, Belfast Storm may have more engage buttons, but at this point in the game, you're not as free to use them as you were in the early game.
No, absolutely.
There's a Trundle that's almost level 16. The Trundle is going to be able to withstand some engage. It's 2 tank items on top of the Trinity Force. Here, Raider trying to get more pressure on the side. But here, like, we're seeing a completely split fight, and here, the Roulette is just dead.
Yeah, huge flash away by Spark, and that gives QQR a huge opportunity to take down Roulette. Doesn't matter though, because Fuyu is putting out worlds of damage. Finds nearly a pick onto QQR, does take Zeta, but doesn't matter, the flash forward coming through from Lil Pants gets a double kill into the back pocket of Fuyu, and look at that, Belfast, they have the follow-up. All it took, a slight misstep from Broad. They tried to make the initiate happen, but it does not matter. As Belfast, they take one turret, they take a second. Broad and friends, not feeling so friendly today, as Belfast taking a storm of a play here. As taking a clean game against Broad and friends. And there was just domination all day coming out from Belfast Storm.
And there were glimpses of a comeback. Maybe some spark was ignited on the side of Broad, but
Okay.
no,
We're
not
putting in
quite
too many
enough.
puns.
I haven't been on broadcast for a while. You gotta get some in now.
You gotta go for it, don't you?
Gotta get some in, at least some going. But yeah, good effort on the side of Belfast Storm. It's really statement early game. A little bit of wobbly mid game. They had a few moments where they were high thief coming in from the early game, going through for some engages that it just where it wasn't their territory to make. QQR. Somebody save QQR.
Yeah, it felt like a QQR against the world. And as much as it was an amazing play from the Vega, there was nothing else. There was no follow-up from the rest of the team. No, it felt like a lifeless Brod, honestly. It did. It pains me to say it. I love seeing Brod play. They're always fun to watch, but today they just weren't with it.
Commiserations to Broad, of course, with a good effort. At least in the mid game, they had some good fights, good skirmishes.
Absolutely.
QQR, of course, was winning in a great game. Spark was coming back into it. Those chains of corruption will always be useful going into later in the game, but you're playing an all-hit Varus, and you're just having trouble finding targets to actually right-click. Considering Fuyu can just walk in your face and right-click you, and he will deal just more damage.
Yeah,
so
it's a bit of a scary prospect, isn't it, when you've got a Sivir who's... What was that at the end? I didn't catch that. Looked... I want to say
11-0-17.
11-0-17.
Something like that. I don't know.
That's just impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really difficult to fight into something like that. But you know what is not impossible? For us to throw it to desk for the last breakdown of the day. Bo, Loxer...
And of course, Quino, I'll finish that sentence off. Thank you so much for throwing it over. It seemed like QRR had an umbrella, but the Belfast Storm was too strong, and they're making sure to get their 4th win inside these standings. But Quino, there was a point in time where I believe all 3 of us felt that maybe the Fygar could be the tool for Blood and Friends to get their win.
Yeah, we saw it happening. QQR picked up a kill. It was a big shutdown. It was like, okay, here's a little something. They're a bit behind. But then they just started playing around QQR and just basically defending with their life. And it was working. It was getting them. And they were getting so close to the kills. But not being able to secure them really hindered the way they were able to develop within that game.
Indeed. Blockstar, I can imagine also after the early game that we did see, it felt like for Belfast Storm they could take over the entire game. But then eventually there was that little bit of hope, right?
Oh my god. We asked very specifically to get to see these stats. I'm trying to look at the amount of damage that QQR did, because absolutely it was him versus the world in this game. He dealt so much damage, 31k on him, way more than anybody else was able to do, 10k more than Spark was able to put down, but who cares about that? I mean, look at what Belfast managed to pull out for themselves. Fuyu,
Oh my.
60k damage. You can't play into that, and I think this is the problem. This is exactly what we're talking about right here. The composition out of Belfast Storm, it just worked really well in and of itself, so we were a little bit worried about them jumping into QQR, but after you get this really big early lead onto Fuyu and Little Pants, it's so tricky to play out the rest of the game. Limsey also had a couple of massive Shurima shuffles, getting people either in so that you could just hit them as Fuyu, or pushing them away to keep Fuyu alive. And the fact that he comes out of this one 11-0-15, 60,000 damage done, it is impossible to win a League of Legends game against somebody playing that well.
And also, the damage of Sivir, it's quite guaranteed. So for QQR, you need to have a bit of peeling, you need to play around your cage, even a Proto Belt, I did love that one. But eventually for QQR, you need to play on the edge of safety to make sure you can throw in the damage. But for Sivir, she felt so safe in multiple fights because the cage wasn't able to grab her, although the front line had a hard time trying to not fend off all those Fygar ultimate Qs just raining upon them. But Quino, for the gameplay we did see, initially we thought this might be a close one. Did you also still feel like for Blood and Friends they gave it their all, and was it maybe a bit closer than these standings maybe provided us?
No. Not really.
Yeah, that's fair, man. Yeah, that's cool.
Judging by the way it went, it was very much like, don't beat a horse when it's down, and QQR was that horse. Because they were just trying so hard to keep it going, keep that momentum up. And to be fair, we did have a little discussion. We were like, okay, they could bring this back. I'm excited to see that. But when you've got Fuyu, and then basically adopting the same kind of principles of basically defend the Juggernaut, it worked so well for them. So having that person who was defending, and when Fuyu's got like, an extra like 6 skills ahead of you,
Yeah.
You're not
What
going
do
to
you
win
do?
that, really.
What do you do?
Yeah.
Actually, what do you do? And Fuyu's a great player. He's one of the most exciting parts of this Belfast Storm roster, which maybe some people would have been a little bit surprised coming into. They were all pretty big names, but Raider and Roulette were big acquisitions for Belfast Storm to be able to pull into the league. Whereas Fuyu's been around for a while, so has Limsey, so has Little Pants. But the fact that it's all of these guys stepping up big time and taking over in this game, I think is a really good look for Belfast Storm, and it'd give people a lot of faith in this team going forward.
Yep, exactly. And also, a lot of these plays, the Azir jumping in, getting those flanks, it felt like everything was well connected inside that team. And once the Sivir gets a lead, well, what's there to do indeed? That's a very good question. For now, all the matches have been played. That means our third week is almost concluded, were it not given the fact that we still have a podcast ready later today. And of course, another broadcast coming in upcoming Thursday. Right now, there's a couple of standings and a little bit of a couple of updates. So, Quino, there's no big surprises. I did believe you wanted to have some things shaking up, but it feels like the standings haven't changed that much.
Yeah, as soon as I saw Akers was back, I was like, oh, this is going to be it. This is going to be the big fight I was looking for in the top lane and going to have some craziness. But Akers might be backers, but Akers was slackers for that game. And I was honestly, it was not what I expected, but Belfast, they performed extremely well, and you can't doubt them for that. So seeing them at the top of this league, I'm not surprised. I can see them going all the way to this finals. Easy peasy.
Yeah.
Easy peasy. Right, Boxer?
Yeah, I mean, Belfast Storm, they've looked incredibly strong. I mean, the league standings are important right here. Obviously, we're going to have top 4 get upper bracket, so that's important for them. But it's only the bottom 2 teams that don't manage to make it to the playoffs. So right now, it's all eyes on Bandits and on Paragon to see if they can scrape themselves up off of the floor. Obviously, it's good that Paragon were able to pick up that 1 win, but not being able to take out Venom Crest. That's a bit scary. Venom Crest looking better could also be scary for some of these other teams if they're beginning to find their footing, get things going. That's a team that people are going to have to worry about. It feels like we've very much got, 1, maybe 2 teams at the bottom, Bandits up at the top, and everybody else. There's a big mess of teams in the middle, and that's always the most exciting.
Exactly. That might also mean we might see some miracle runs already starting this Thursday. Quino and Bloxer, I want to thank you so much for an amazing desk once again, of course. Also, a big shout out to Harold Hamhand and, of course, Evie, who's been casting throughout the entire evening. So thank you so much for giving it your all. Also, the entire team behind the screens, the players and the teams, thank you for being here. If you want to tune in to maybe take a look at one of those miracle runs which might initiate, upcoming Thursday, we got the next broadcast ready. And, of course, upcoming Saturday, there's a podcast. So if you have any questions, maybe some input, be sure to get there, and maybe we can have you on broadcast with maybe one of those good questions that we have. Thank you so much for this evening. We'll see you upcoming Thursday, and have a nice evening.